Alright. Let's go. Hopefully this goes more smooth, because when I recorded this, I was actually a lot more accurate than I was before. But then again, maybe that's just me wishful thinking. It's gonna be a fun chapter. Oh yeah, that's a long chapter, right? Alright, I need to shut all those up, my god. You'd think that I haven't been on the computer for like a gazillion light years with how many fucking notifications I get from Google. But no. That's one day's worth of freaking shit. Alright, I need to get that a little closer. Right there. Hopefully that's where I start. Please. Push this to the 6-second mark. Alright. There. Alright. Now the fun part. The day had come, and it was clear as day that something major was on the horizon to all in attendance inside the Kamisato estate. The plan on Ganyu, Ayaka, and Kuching's end had changed slightly. Okay, read that back. The plan on Ganyu, Ayaka, and Kuching's end had changed slightly, seeing going door to door and forcing potentially innocent people out into the rain seemed kind of wrong. Therefore... Oh, base trap. What did I do? Looks like I said therefore. Therefore. Yep. Hello, Tsukishima. So we're going to be working on chapter 23. This is a longer chapter, as you can probably tell. But I don't know how long this is going to take. I was pretty solid, like 80% accuracy, so I don't know. That's what it was like to me when I was recording it anyway. So we'll see. Therefore, the plan had simply changed for the three to wait for the enemies to show themselves, seeing if one went down, it would likely lead to a call for reinforcements. While it wasn't their first time, Ganyu and Kuching still trembled at the thought of confronting the very monsters that had nearly taken their lives the night Liyue Harbor and the Tianquan went into the ocean for the rest of eternity. Yeah, you could tell I was out of breath there. I could tell I was out of breath. Like, there's some lines in this that are freaking long. Was this when I was having trouble? I lost my place. No. Just me being me. This was something they knew would eventually come to pass. Pull that back a little bit. This was something they knew would eventually come to pass. But now that it was here, the two survivors of that dreadful night were scared to even move from their... But now that it was here, the two survivors of that dreadful night were scared to even move from their seats. The atmosphere of the vicinity was tense and heavy, as if their shoulders were stacked with 2-ton lead... As if their shoulders were stacked with 2-ton lead blocks. As if their shoulders were stacked with 2-ton lead blocks. They'd just finished what could have been their last meal. Pull that back. They'd just finished what could have been their last meals, and in hopes of mentally preparing themselves for whatever lied ahead, they'd taken a moment to just take it all in. However, that had only led to a sudden onset of primal fear. They'd taken a moment to just take it all in. However, that had only led to a sudden onset of primal fear, feeling as if a needle had injected ice into their veins and had taken their breath away instantly. But this wasn't the moment for them to surrender to their trauma. Hold that back. But this wasn't the moment for them to surrender to their trauma, and they both knew that clearly. They'd recover, but it would take a minute of reassuring themselves that they could. Yeah, it's like confronting your biggest fears. But it would take a minute of reassuring themselves that they could conquer their greatest fears. The silence... What the fuck? Oh. The silence, as still as a predator's footsteps in the action of stalking prey, was finally... The silence, as still as a predator's footsteps in the action of stalking prey, was finally seized by the sound of Ganyu's voice. Okay. I can't breathe for some reason. I was having a hard time breathing. And I know why. I'm rusty as shit. Like, I have been at the mic for months, so... Yeah, breath control. Kind of goes away when you don't do stuff for so long. Are you scared, my love? No. Are you scared, my love? She practically whispered, There we go. Are you scared, my love? She practically whispered amongst the quiet of the Kamisato estate. Kuching usually wasn't the type to admit her true feelings, but because it was Ganyu, she knew that she could be honest without any worry of humiliation. After all, she too was there the night that true fear was planted. She too was there the night this true fear was planted into her psyche. This is going to be a very intense chapter, by the way. I'll save. I'm going to save it just so that nothing bad happens. Yeah, whoopsie. Chapter 23, like, yeah, and still going, by the way. Like, I'm on chapter 26, I believe. Okay, then there's that. There's that. That's 24. 5. Yeah, I think I'm on chapter 25 or 26 right now. In terms of writing process. And it's getting pretty, like, this is where the point is where I can have fun with the story. Like, I'm going to put it clearly at the beginning of this one. This is an alternate universe. So, some things in lore don't matter. Like, I've tried to match the game's lore and all that stuff to the T, but with the little knowledge that we know about Ganyu's past, that's why I wish there was so much more to it in her story quest, but no, we got a freaking story quest where she freaks out over nothing, and yeah, it plays with her, like, not paranoia, but her, just, what's the word? Her troubles with, like, being, I don't know how to explain it. Like, she doesn't see herself as someone who should be among humans. Like, I don't know how to explain that. But that's basically what it means. Like, they only went that route. I'm like, oh my god, they could have went so far with Ganyu. They really could have. They could have went so far with her. Because she's a half... Doctors, though, not from Walmart. She's a half Adeptus beast. Like, she's half Adeptus. I mean, come on, people. You can go the whole fucking 9 yards here. Use your imagination. Hell, I did. Ugh. Like, in this story, I have made Ganyu, like, an actual, like, character. One that is more open and has more depth. Hello, Azira. And it gets way deeper in the coming chapters, because Ganyu is one of my favorite characters. Probably my favorite character, honestly. Lack of self-confidence. Yeah, that too. But it's more like you don't fit. You feel like you don't fit in, technically. Like, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. You don't feel like you fit. Like, you just don't feel like you belong, kind of, sort of. Because she's half Adeptus, which means that in a human society, she kind of sticks out as something different. Kind of like how Sucrose has the ears, Yanfei has her horns. Who's another half Adeptus? Come on, there's another one. There's another one. I know there is. Oh, Yaimiko. And Yaimiko also has the ears. So, she feels like she doesn't fit in. Like she doesn't belong. She feels like she's just kind of a mistake amongst human society. So, in this story, I gave her way more depth. Like, I gave her backstory. I gave her reasons why she is the way she is. Like, I gave her depth. More than the game could ever give her. Imagination, you'd say, oh, why are you roasting me? I just got here. Okay. Hello, Parmaluna, by the way. Yanfei is half. Yeah, she's got the horns that come down. I thought those were fixtures to her hair until, what was it? It was the Chasm Quest, Perilous Depths or whatever, something like that. Perilous Trail. She too was there the night this true fear was planted into her psyche. Terrified. Kuching responded in a shaky whisper. It's okay. No, I think that needs to be higher. Well, spit it out. I'm not your tongue. I'm not just anyone. No, no, no. Love that. What am I looking for? Pitch. Because Kuching's a little higher than that. She's more kind of nasally. Come on. Terrified. That's better. That's better. Terrified. Kuching responded in a shaky whisper. It's okay. No, it's okay. Ganyu answered back. I'm going to take that out. I'm just going to make it a straight conversation. Makes it a lot more easier on me in editing. It's okay. I am too. There we go. Kuching met Ganyu's gaze, her words giving a sense of comfort amongst the heaviness weighing down on her shoulders. She didn't know why, but for some reason, she had the urge to start crying. However, she held back her tendencies and instead took a deep breath and let it out slowly before saying another word. Oh, I can see why she fits in the minority, so yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, there's not much depth to Ganyu's story, and that's what really kind of makes me mad. That's why I think I can just go for the whole 9 yards with her in this story, because there's really not much we know about her other than that. She originally came from the Adepti, and she was adopted by Cloud Retainer as a child, and was trained by Cloud Retainer as well to be who she is. She made a contract with Rex Lapis to basically protect Leeway and find the Archon War. That's kind of all we know about her. So I went the whole fucking 9 yards. I gave her tragedy. I gave her a full-fledged backstory, why she is the way she is, and went deeper with like her making the contract with Rex Lapis, aka Jungly. Like I actually gave her reason to be who she is, in a sense. Ganyu, can I ask you something? Ganyu winced curiously. What the fuck was that? Ganyu winced curious. Some of these lines were hard to say, so give me a break. Ganyu winced curiously at the question, but she just nodded her head in response. Absolutely. Kuching paused before speaking again, allowing herself. Oh, hang on. Kuching paused before speaking again. That's fine. Allowing herself a second to think clearly on how to word her response. Do you really think... Pull that back. Do you really think we can do this? Be honest with me. That was a question that Ganyu had in it. Like, one of the key things in this story, because it's a love story, well, the key thing of love stories that's always the hardest part with it is building the bond. Like, making the relationship seem real. Because here's the thing with the Genshin Impact, like, actual, like, story. Ganyu and Kuching are very much like, not like ice and fire, but more like what's the word? Like, two rams butting heads. Because basically Ganyu is like someone who adores the gods, while Kuching sees the gods more as a nuisance and shouldn't interfere in human affairs. So it's kind of like a confliction. So I had to basically make them become close, and despite their differences, they find like a happy medium where they can accept each other for who they are. And, well, that basically happens when you basically become, what's the word I'm looking for? When you feel like you've become alone, like vulnerable, kind of, sort of, like alone and scared. That's what I wanted to do, and I didn't really rush the relationship. I wanted to make it just grow and, like, just feel natural. Plus, I love women with short hair like Ganyu and Rosaria. I'm not gonna lie, I thought Rosaria's thingamajigger on her head, her, what do you call those, veil, was part of her hair. Until I saw some art with her hair short. Like, oh, I did not realize that. And Ganyu does not have short hair. She's actually got long hair. She has a ponytail in the back. You know, it's kind of a weird ponytail because there's no, like, thing in it to hold it in place. But what do I know? What do I know, huh? That was a question that Ganyu hadn't expected, and she knew exactly how Kuching wanted her to answer it. She wanted her to give her a true answer, not a response of reassurance or comfort. I understand what you're saying, and pull that back. I understand what you're saying, and my answer is yes. Oh, because I know I must do this to protect the people of Inazuma from suffering the same fate that our home did. I did. There's simply no other option in my mind. That was choppy as shit, right? That was choppy as shit. Yep. That was choppy as hell. Mainly because I was running out of breath. I understand what you're saying, and my answer is yes. Because I know what I must do. Because... I was getting mad. Okay, calm it down. Because I know. Because. So it goes from because. Because I know. Right there. Because I know what I'm. No. Because I know I'm. Because I know I must do this to protect the people of Inazuma from suffering the same fate that our home did. There's simply no other option in my mind. Kuching sighed, admiring her beloved's mindset. It was something she wished she had, but after... Same here, I thought Rosaria had long hair. Yeah, it's a veil. She's kind of the rebel nun kind of character. She had, but after nearly facing death, Kuching had learned just how weak she was to this enemy, and it had played with her ever since she had awoken the next day in Wangshu-in. Pull that back. And it had played with her ever since she had awoken the next day in Wangshu-in. That's great to know. But now it's my turn to be honest. Kuching answered. Kuching answered, sighing heavily before continuing. Must have a brain fart or something. Kuching answered, sighing heavily before continuing. Okay. I lost my place. Where am I? I lost my place. Where am I? Can't tell. No. I've never told you this. No. Come on, me. I've never told you this. No, that's Ganyu. I've never told... There we go. I've never told you this, but ever since that night, I've been unable to accept that I'm strong enough to defeat these monsters. I've tried to ignore and pretend it was only my mind playing tricks on me, but I can't deny the truth anymore. I couldn't beat one of these things even if my life depended on it. I may be a sword master and will fight tooth and nail to protect everything that I love, but in the end, unlike you, I'm only human. Please, don't think I'm abandoning you and Inazuma because, while I'm terrified, just like you, I know what I must do. I'm mainly saying this because I want you to know how I truly feel about this. Ganyu's heart ached at the confession, but she couldn't deny that Kuching was correct about one thing. Humans can't overpower the strength of the gods. However, she already knew what to say, because while her beloved was right about one thing, she was missing one key difference in their current mission. While I can't deny that a god's strength is much greater than a human's,
I can say this. Part of me is human too, and because I am only half Adeptus, I know that while humans cannot be a god alone, they can overcome anything together with the ones they love.
Okay.
I've witnessed this both as of late and
bring that back
with the ones they love. I've witnessed this both as of late and while I fought in the Archon War. Lady Ningguang could not have saved Liyue Harbor from both Osile and Baish.
Okay, bring that back.
Lady Ningguang could not have saved Liyue Harbor from both Osile and Baish without the support of all of those who would stand and fight by her side. Nobody can beat a force like that without support on the battlefield.
Bring that back.
Nobody can beat a force like that without support on the battlefield. And this time, I'll be by your side against these monsters.
She has such a hard voice.
Kuching's gaze met Ganyu's again,
and the reason she's so difficult is because of breath. Lots of fucking breath. Like, we're talking getting close to the microphone and like speaking in kind of a voice like this. It's very hard because you're exhuming a lot of breath. Even in the proper posture, it's hard.
Kuching's gaze met Ganyu's again, realizing that her love was right. Realizing that her love was right.
And sometimes these are the favorite my scenes that I love to write. I love writing these kinds of scenes because it grows the bond between them. And yeah, I just like those kinds of scenes. It's a building process that really brings the characters back to life.
Love was right. She wouldn't be out.
Oh, I must have had to take a breath.
She wouldn't be out there alone. No. She wouldn't be alone out there. No. This time, she would have support along with the strength of the bond. She wouldn't be alone out there. No. This time, she would have support along with the strength of the bond she'd forged over the past weeks. She smiled in relief, feeling all the weight on her shoulders lift.
Pull that back.
Feeling all the weight on her shoulders lift. You're right, Kuching admitted guiltily. I'm so sorry, I didn't realize that.
Okay, hang on. Control C. Gotta give that more space. I gotta give that more space.
Totally. I'm so sorry, I didn't realize that. It's okay, my love. Ganyu accepted. People don't think clearly when they're scared. As you said, you're only human, and humans are very vulnerable under the influence of fear.
Okay, drop that.
As you said, you're only human. Kuching nodded. I promise to protect you no matter what. Ganyu promised. Tonight, we mustn't falter under fear of the past. Otherwise, the Tsaritsa has already won. Then I promise to fight without fear.
No.
Then I promise to fight without fear. Kuching added. Then I promise to fight without fear. Kuching added. I'm glad to hear that. The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Ayaka, her face spelling that it was time to begin.
Okay.
The Shogun has left Tenchukaku. Taco? What the fuck did I just say? The Shogun has left Tenchukaku for Guji Yai. The Shogun has left Tenchukaku for Guji Yai. She informed. It's time for us.
I kind of like that tick better.
The Shogun has left Tenchukaku for Guji Yai.
No, that sounds more worried.
The Shogun has left Tenchukaku for Guji Yai. She informed. It's time for us to move.
Bring that back. Let me see if I can't bring that back a little bit. That's what's bothering me here.
The Shogun has left Tenchukaku for Guji Yai.
Much better. Much better.
The Shogun has left Tenshukaku for Guji Yai, she informed. It's time for us to move into Inazuma City for the next phase of the plan.
Okay, bring that about.
The next phase of the plan. It's time for us to move into Inazuma City for the next phase of the plan.
Okay.
It's time for us to move into Inazuma City for the next phase of the plan.
No, that's not more
It's time for us to move.
That's better.
It's time for us to move into Inazuma City for the next phase of the plan. Ganyu and Kuching both nodded in agreement, getting up to their feet and arming themselves with their weapons. It was time to face their greatest fears. Kuching. Then let's go and take these bastards out. Kuching stated as an exclamation that she intended to keep her promise. No more fear. No more trauma. They'd have to battle with all of their strength to overcome the very thing that had started this entire mess. And as Ganyu and Kuching followed Ayaka out of the Kamisato estate, that was all that was on their minds. Okay, break.
Alright. Okay, where are we sitting? We are at 8:33, so maybe 5 seconds, about 8:38. Well, first I gotta shut all this up. Go something like that. Let's just go ahead and even it out about right there. Hello, Rider Storm.
While A and Miko did their part on the... What? While A and Miko did their part on one side of Narukami Island...
Okay.
While A and Miko did their part on one side of Narukami Island, Ganyu and Kuching met up with Kokumi on the outskirts of the southern end for a last-minute... No. Ganyu and Kuching met up with Kokumi on the outskirts of the southern end for a last-minute rendezvous. It wouldn't be... Ganyu and Kuching met...
Ganyu and Kuching. Okay, I need to zoom in a little bit.
Side of Narukami Island. Ganyu and Kuching met up with...
Nope. Need to bring that back just a little bit more. Right there. See if that might work.
Part on one side of Narukami Island. Ganyu and Kuching met up with Kokumi on the outskirts of the southern end for a last-minute rendezvous.
Oh god. It's one of these ones. This is gonna be tricky. If it's what I'm meant to be.
Southern end for a last-minute rendezvous.
Okay, I fixed it. Yay! Let's go something like that, maybe?
Narukami Island. Ganyu and Kuching met up with Kokumi on the outskirts of the southern end for a last...
Okay. Now just shut that clip out.
Island. Ganyu and Kuching met up with Kokumi on the outskirts of the southern end for a last-minute rendezvous.
Perfect.
It wouldn't be until sunset that A would initiate the storm to draw out the cockroaches potentially hiding amongst the people of Inazuma. Therefore, they decided to take that time to run over the plan one last time. Being a person of heavy stature and knowledge on the battlefield, Kokumi had revised their entire part of the plan as if it were a script she'd... Kokumi had revised their entire... What the fuck? Kokumi had revised their entire part of the plan as if it were a script she'd had to memorize for a play.
Okay. Kokumi.
Kokumi...
Right there.
Kokumi had revised their entire part of the plan as if it were a script she'd had to memorize for a play. To put it into a brief description, Kokumi's part was to simply survey the beaches during the storm and submit anyone that attempted to leave. Several of her soldiers were stationed on each corner of the island, disguised as a common Inazuma resident to avoid suspicion. Over the days of preparation for the mission, Kokumi had taken the initiative to try and mimic what she and the 3 survivors of Liyue Harbor's termination had discussed in secrecy. She devised a weapon that looked similar to a smoke bomb and had armed each of her fellow soldiers with them. They acted more like grenades, containing 2 substances that, when applied with friction and rapid contact with one another, created a nasty reaction that would cause an explosion. Not only that, it also created an electrical solution that causes mild electrocution to anyone who comes into contact with it. Something practically close enough.
Okay, bring that here. I finally moved into my new apartment, and I'm going to reread my fanfiction reading of Settle Up Sunset using testing. Good. Sorry for the late response, but yeah, focus mode.
Contact with it. Something practically close enough to suffice until Yelan's return. While Yelan's absence...
I know what those do. I hear a sound. So, no. Yep, that. Right there. Get that fucker out.
While Yelan's absence of over 3 days had caused...
Bring that back.
While Yelan's absence of over 3 days had caused worry amongst Ganyu and Kuching, they knew they couldn't let that stop them from protecting Inazuma. The Fatui wouldn't wait for Yelan to return before acting, so that meant they couldn't wait either. The Fatui wouldn't wait for Yelan to return before acting, so that meant they couldn't wait either. What mattered was the present situation, not what may...
Hold that back.
What mattered was the... What...
Let's see if I can get that out.
Either. What mattered was the present situation, not what may be happening overseas. Ganyu and Kuching both knew that, and upon seeing the sun fall below the horizon, they knew it was time for action. They were currently stationed in Komori Tea House, Ayaka having left 5 minutes prior to take her position in the northern end of Inazuma City. Ganyu was next, assigned to take the east up...
This was a tricky one. Considering the wavelengths look the same, guarantee there's multiple scripts here.
Ganyu was next.
Okay.
Ganyu was next, assigned to take the east end up high, her class as an archer being the reason for the elevated vantage point. Kuching would take the south 5 minutes after Ganyu's departure.
And yes, I did look at the map for this. I actually had to look at the map in game to figure out where the stations are and what the geography of like where everything was.
Kuching would take the south 5 minutes after Ganyu's departure, and once the 15 minutes passed after the fall of sunset, A would manifest and start the downpour. Knowing it was time for her to go, Ganyu gave her beloved a goodbye kiss and some words of reassurance that this wouldn't be their last time. Ganyu gave her beloved a goodbye kiss and some words of reassurance that this wouldn't be their last moment together.
Okay, right there.
Ganyu gave her beloved a goodbye kiss and some words of reassurance that this wouldn't be their last moment together. I'll see you soon. I'll see you soon. Kuching gripped her beloved...
Alright.
I'll see you soon. Kuching gripped her beloved's hand in care, answering with her own words of clarity that she knew they'd meet again when the sun rose again. Until we meet at the first sign of a new day. Gone.
Sunrise. Dawn. I'm doing Inazuma Archon Quest right now, and I love Ayaka's outfit. Yeah, don't get me started on the goddamn outfit that they made as an alternate skin. Don't even get me started on that fucking, like, train crash of a fucking eyesore. Oh, I need coffee. Cause yeah, I do not like Ayaka's secondary outfit. It's horrible. Like, it doesn't match it doesn't match where she comes from. It doesn't match anything about her character. It's horrible. Even the Fontanian people, like, they could have put Ayaka in like a Fontanian dress, not whatever the fuck they put her in. That looks like a farm girl outfit. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know what the hell the devs were thinking on that one, but yeah. I'm getting Ganyu's skin when it comes out. I'll be right back. I gotta get some coffee. Oh. Alright, you got that. Not a full cup, but close enough. Yeah, her second skin absolutely just sucks balls. Like, I don't know what the hell they were thinking with an Inazuma character. Inazuma represents Japan culture, while Fontanian stuff refers to France. France and Japan are way apart. Like, they should have put Ayaka in something like a kimono. I think that's what the name of the outfit is. Kind of looks like a bathrobe almost. Like, that's what they look like to me, personally. But I'm not making fun of Japanese culture at all. It just looks like a bathrobe. But it's not. But yeah, make her look like a goddamn Japanese warrior, not a goddamn farm girl. Dear God almighty. Now, okay, it wasn't bad when it was portrayed in the most recent event, Roses and Muskets. I love that event. That was actually a really good event. Really fun event, actually. Chevreuse, I loved her character, but dear God, can I not take her seriously? Because she has the same voice actor as Luna in Hell of a Boss. When you hear a hellhound say the F-bomb and all that lovely stuff in a series, and then you hear them like just as this nice and wholesome person. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's like a whole different kind of duality. But no shade towards the voice actor. I think her name is Erica Mendez or something like that. To be honest, the ceremonial Japanese kimono would have been so much. Yes. Dark mode. Yeah, I love dark mode. My eyes are very sensitive to big light, like bright lights, so I have to put it on dark mode.
Until we meet at the first sign of a new day.
Okay.
Ganyu nodded with a smile, then with almost bow in her grasp. Then with almost bow in her grasp, and her vision confiscated until the...
Oh, I even gave... Because this is not ever told in lore at all. Like, how... I saw this in a YouTube video. Ganyu's signature weapon is almost bow, right? Well, how the fuck did she get that? First of all. Because Amos was a warrior, I think, in the... Not in the Archon War, but in the one that Venti was in. Maybe that was the Archon War. She got it in the... She never has any, like, interaction with Amos themselves. So... I made it so that she has a way of actually getting it. That was in the last part, I believe. I made it so that she actually fought with Amos, and Amos died while she was trying to protect her, and she gave her her bow as a way of saying thank you. Like as a goodbye, like, you know, a gift. Not really a gift, but a tribute. That makes a lot more sense, and yeah, it definitely matches Ganyu more, because she is like a strict protector.
A smile. Then, with almost bow in her grasp,
How loud's that breath?
a smile. Then, with Amo's bow in her grasp, and her vision confiscated until the dust settled, took her leave with confidence in her steps. Upon hearing the door to Komori Tea House shut, Kuching averted her gaze to her lap. A sheathed lion's roar nestled across her thighs. She then followed by sliding the light blade out of it.
This was a weird line.
She then followed by sliding the light blade out of its home of leather, up until the sword's steel, closest to the grip, had been tightly sheltered by her right hand, revealed a reflection of herself. No.
Hello? Hello?
Up until the...
Okay, that was weird. Audacity literally just stopped. I don't know what the fuck it was doing. Well, I know what I'm doing next. Okay, that doesn't really affect anything. I'm saving. Yeah, no. Pull that back.
A reflection of herself. No. Up until the sword's steel and closest to the grip, being tightly sheltered by her right hand, revealed a reflection of herself. Her
Alright.
Up until the sword's...
Even Lion's Roar. Seeing that is Kuching's signature. It's in her trailer. It's during the Leeway Arkham quest as well. I gave that also a backstory, because it's never explained why Kuching has that weapon. Like, yeah, early Genshin, they really did not think before acting with like lore-based stuff, and I think that's because they didn't think the game was going to be as popular as it is right now. I think it was an accident. Like, people say that there's a lot of plot holes in Genshin. Well, I think it's due to that reason, because most game companies expect their game to maybe, you know, get as popular as, you know, not even mainstream, but because of COVID, that's what caused Genshin to go rank through the roof. Because it was like one of the best games released and people had nothing to do. So, yeah, it got freaking hype. It was a hype and boom. I really think they weren't going to go as far as they are right now. I really do think that's a thing. And I don't think they were going to make it as far as they did. Like, I think that was in their minds, and that's why they didn't really think when they released these trailers. I really think that's the reason. Like, they're like, this ain't gonna get that popular, or the lore ain't gonna be that deep, so let's just release them with this weapon, sure. And, yeah, it led to plot holes. It does happen.
Sword steel, up until the sword's steel and closest to the grip, being tightly sheltered.
Hang on.
Up until the sword's steel and closest to the grip.
Aha. Almost made a mistake.
Up until the sword's steel and closest to the grip, being tightly sheltered by her right hand, revealed a reflection of herself. Her violet eyes stared back at her with a flurry of emotions, starting to recollect the night that the weapon before her saved her from assured death.
Yeah, there's no pause.
She remembered it all vividly. The screams of the people.
Okay. Yeah, there was a word here. Right. That's why there's a pause.
She remembered it all vividly. The screams of the people calling for help right before the doors of Jinyu Kiosk. Oh god.
How do you pronounce that?
Right before...
That's probably where let's see. Come on, Audacity.
Right before the doors to Jinyu Kiosk blew off their hinges, and all she could do... I can't see. Right before the doors to Jinyu Kiosk blew off their hinges, and all she could hear was the ringing in her ears.
Yep, there we go.
People calling for help. Right before the doors to Jinyu Kiosk...
Okay, read that out a little bit. Kind of make a pause for dramatic effect, I guess.
Screams of the people calling for help. Right before the doors to Jinyu Kiosk blew off their hinges, and all she could hear was... screams of the people calling for help. Right before the doors to Jinue kiosk blew off their hinges, and all she could hear was the ringing in her ears. Out of pure instinct, she'd pulled Lion's roar from its position.
Who's Lyran?
Out of pure instinct, she'd pulled Lion's roar from its position on her right hip to shield herself from the debris, and thanks to that act, she'd managed to suffer only a few burns. However, the act that had saved her life was when the android she'd faced had launched an attack towards her right arm that would have surely taken it clean off. Again, her instincts and skills as a swordmaster paid off, having managed to throw her blade in front of the strike and decrease the amount of damage that the attack would have done, had she not managed to block and decrease the...
Oh, this might be a little tricky. No, there's a pause there. There's a pause. Okay, good.
In front of the strike and decrease the amount of damage that the attack would have done, had she not managed to block it. While the android had won her over in terms of strength, the damage she'd taken was a broken leg and a laceration from her weapon that went 3 inches deep into her right shoulder socket and extended to the base of her right breast. Had Ganyu not found her...
Don't breathe through your nose, stupid. Breathe through your mouth.
Extended to the base of her right breast. Had Ganyu not...
Okay, hang on. About right there.
Of her right breast.
Nope, too far. Something like that, maybe?
And extended to the base of her right breast. Had Ganyu not found her, due to her inability to walk or defend herself, she would have sunk and perished along with Liyue Harbor. That night, she'd been reduced to the equivalent of a defenseless animal that couldn't save or protect itself, and this time, she refused to lose to these machines of genocide. Never again. She said with pride, "This time, we will beat these bastards." Pride. This time, we will beat these bastards. Then, after we achieve victory here, next is the Tsaritsa's head. She slid her sword back in...
Hello? Get that out. Oh my god. Audacity, please just play nice.
His head. She slid her sword back into the sheath and started to her feet. Her recollection of the night that she'd gotten the closest to death in ever...
Let's see if that might work.
Back into the sheath and started to her feet.
Hang on. Yeah, we can get a little closer than that. About right there.
Back into the sheath and started to her feet. Her recollection of the night that she'd gotten the closest to death than ever before, having taken up the entire 5 minutes she'd had to wait out. Having taken up the...
It was this one. No space to hesitate.
Having taken up the entire 5 minutes she'd had to wait out. It was a moment of remembrance she'd needed to gain the strength to face the very same enemy that had nearly sent her to the clouds above. It was time for redemption. With her strength restored and sword by her side, Kuching started to the exit of Komori Tea House and stepped out into the empty streets of Inazuma City. Upon meeting the cool air of the night, Kuching felt a sense of peace come over her body. It was as if a tranquility had suddenly washed over her, her demons and greatest fears now at rest in her mind. She was ready. She was ready to face the Tsaritsa's creations once again.
Hold that back. Sorry. Nothing I can do about the background noise,
now
guys.
at rest in her mind. She was ready to face the Sarita's creations once again. Time to go to work. She finished, starting for the south end of the city as she saw a group of thunderclouds begin to form above her. Pause.
Okay, seriously, me. Stop breathing through your damn nose. Alright. Okay, where am I? I'm at 1504 right there. Let's go something like... maybe about right here-ish. You want me, no space to hesitate. No space to hesitate. Sure, that'll work.
As planned, 5 minutes after Kuching had departed from Komori Tea House, Inazuma had become drenched in rainfall. This hadn't been Ganyu or Kuching's first time fighting in the rain, so the monsoon caused them no distraction or personal issues. Same case was with
I think I... No, that was Kuching. I remember now. I do remember now. Okay, bring that back.
Same case was with Ayaka as well, having had several training sessions during downpours, resulting in her becoming more agile and cautious of her surroundings while in the heat of battle. The first 5 minutes of the storm were eerily quiet and calm, but the three didn't drop their guard for even a second, paying attention to every bit of their visible surroundings. Ganyu by far had the best view for anything abnormal, having taken position atop one of Inazuma's main buildings. She could see all of the city, along with the festival off in the distance, and being a veteran of the Archon War, knew what to spot as abnormal occurrences on the battlefield. So far, aside from her bangs mildly obscuring her vision, everything seemed fine. However, she knew just how tricky enemies could be, and one of those... Can I get that out? Let me see. Could be.
Where did I go to?
And one of those tactics... It was...
Okay, and one of those tactics... Let's see. Alright, let's just go something like that. We'll see how it plays out in the end. Delete.
Tricky enemies could be. And one of those tactics was easily making you drop your guard out of assumption that nothing was wrong. It was... Okay, you gotta get in my way. It was a maneuver that had taken the lives of several of her comrades in the past, so she remained as focused as a hawk stalking its prey. In the south, the same case was Kuching's as well.
I remember I had to stop here. Because...
Don't even start!
Yeah, noise.
In the south, the same case was Kuching's as well, resting in an alleyway cloaking her with shadow. The ambience of the storm currently soaking her was strangely ominous throughout... It's
one of my favorite things, like in battle sequences, is the rain. Because rainfall really adds to the, what's the word? Not just the ambience, but the intensity, like the danger aspect of it. I love those kinds of battles where you're fighting in the rain. Because rain can act as like a cloak, like camouflage almost. It also can make it hard to like, yeah. It's one of my favorite like tropes in like a fighting sequence. And I don't think I've done one of those ever in my stories. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I did do a story once where a character basically lost everything and it started to rain, and it kind of adds to the dramatic like effect of the scene. This is way back. This is like my first novel. Way before Pony ever was a thing.
Shadow. The ambience of the storm currently soaking her was strangely ominous amongst the still quiet, acting as an eerie undertone.
Hang on.
Resting in an alleyway, cloaking her with shadow. The ambience of the storm currently soaking her was strangely ominous amongst the still quiet,
I think I need some more space. No, that will be fine. Got beds in maritime.
The ambience of the storm currently soaking her was strangely ominous amongst the still quiet, acting as an eerie undertone. While the droplets embracing her clothed flesh, that's really hard to say.
Don't ask me why it was hard to say, but it was.
While the droplets embracing her clothed flesh were as cold as ice, she wasn't shivering, her rushing adrenaline being the cause. She was more focused than she'd ever been in her years as a swordmaster and hero to anyone she vowed to protect under oath.
Okay.
Under oath. As for Ayaka, she was in a...
Ow. Me?
Under oath. As for Ayaka, she was in a similar position as her fellow purple... Under oath. As for Ayaka, she was in a similar position as her fellow purple-haired comrade, resting under a sakura tree and listening sharply for any commotion beneath the static of rainfall. Being a swordmaster of the Kamisato arts, Ayaka was a...
Pull that back.
Being a swordmaster of the Kamisato arts, Ayaka was a force not to be reckoned with. Having hearing as sharp as the pin of a needle and skill not to be reckoned with. Having hearing as sharp as the pin of a needle and skills that most
Pull that back.
Force not to be reckoned with. Having hearing as sharp as the pin of a needle and skills that most others couldn't even match. She had already obtained arts of the sword prior to obtaining her vision, hence why she wasn't afraid to fight without it. She could still cut down any enemy without her gift from the god.
I think that was a mess up.
She could still cut down any enemy without her gift from the gods above. No. She could still cut down an enemy without. She could still cut down an enemy without her gift from the gods above, and that was something she had personally adopted for herself for situations as such. She couldn't rely on the gods' power forever, and had needed to train herself to fight with her blade without her and had needed to train herself to fight without her blade with her blade. And had needed to train herself to fight with and had needed to train herself.
Oh, good.
She couldn't rely on the god's power forever, and had needed to train herself to fight with her blade without her vision's infusion. That.
Okay, hang on. I gotta get this correct. Gotta get that out of there as much as I possibly can. Let's go something like... See if that might work.
Or forever, and had needed to train herself.
Nope, that clips. Alright, I need to... zoom in, come over here, maybe. Come on! Ah, God. Let's see if that might work. Oh my God, can I just please go over a little bit more? That might work. Let's see if that might work.
Power forever, and had needed to train herself.
Okay, that does work, but it's too close. Control C, Control V. See if that might work.
Forever, and had needed to train herself to fight with her blade without her vision's infusion.
Stop. Okay, now just silence that.
Power forever, and had needed to train herself to fight with her blade without her vision's infusion.
There we go.
That time had come. and she knew full well that she was ready to defend her homeland. 20 minutes passed for the three warriors, everything having seemed normal in that time, up until something unexpected happened. A violent flash of violet light, accompanied by the crack of lightning and booming of thunder, shot down from the sky, landing towards the peak of Amakani Island, where A and Miko were stationed. Landing towards the peak of Amakani Island, where A and Miko were stationed. That didn't sit right with Ayaka, Ganyu, or Kuching, knowing it had been a defensive attack. They also knew it was a beacon to signal the three that it was time for action.
Shit's getting real.
Defensive attack. They also knew it was a beacon.
Too close. About right there. Let's see if that works.
Defensive attack. They also knew it was a beacon to signal the three that it was time for action, to which they could only answer with the action of entering full focus mode. To signal the three that it was time for action, to which they could only answer with the action of entering full focus mode.
There we go.
The real battle had officially started, and all hell was about to break loose on Narukami Island. Ganyu was the first to move, standing up and beginning to navigate from rooftop to rooftop. She moved towards the open roads that led from Amakani Island to Inazuma City, knowing Kokomi and her army.
There. I heard something I didn't like.
Up to rooftop. She moved towards the open roads that led from Amakani Island to Inazuma City.
Stop. Control V.
Rooftop. She moved towards the open roads that led from Amakani Island to Inazuma City, knowing Kokomi and her army had the shores covered. She readied an arrow just in case, and upon looking out towards Amakani Island, she saw another ornery lightning bolt strike down like the crack.
This is gonna be fun to mix.
And upon looking out towards Amakani Island, she saw another ornery lightning bolt strike down like the crack of a whip.
Hang on.
The crack of a whip.
A little bit of a plosive, but not bad enough.
The crack of a whip. She remained at a high point to maintain a better view than on the ground level, keeping her eyes pinned to the main roadway for any movement. If one android had been compromised or submitted to a dead state.
Bring that back. Come on, Audacity, you can do it. I believe in you. Oh boy, here we go already. Today, oh my god, this thing is such a bitch when it wants to be. Hello. I hate this. I really hate when fucking programs do this shit. Because you're trying to get shit done. It's working just fine 1 minute, and then the next minute it's like... It'll do its thing. It's just going to take a second. This happened the other day when I was recording too. I don't know what causes this, but for some reason it just loves to be an asshole with me. Oh my god, would you hurry it up? Thank you. Just delete the shit and move on.
If one android had been compromised or...
No, I'm saving. I'm saving. Okay. Ignore the background noise, guys.
If one android had been compromised or submitted to a dead state, it would drive all of the other cockroaches out of hiding, most likely to rush to assistance.
Reinforcements.
Most likely to rush to assistance. Out of the corner of her eye, another flash of ghostly light highlighted. to assistance. Out of the corner of her eye, another flash of ghostly light highlighted the night sky, only this time it came from the shores in the northeast. That meant that Ganyu's theory had been correct, and all of the pests were coming out of hiding. Speaking of the devil, just ahead of her, she caught sight of a person rushing for Amakani Island. Sparks from
I can get that out. I can get that little click out. Alright, let's see that marks.
Rushing for Amakani Island. Sparks from interaction.
Nope. Let's do that. Something like that, I don't know.
For Amakani Island. Sparks from interaction with rain visible. Ganyu.
Alright. Gotta get that out of there as well because my nose is noisy. Those little like squeaks you hear from me breathing through my nose, yeah. That's why you always breathe through your mouth.
Visible. Ganyu didn't hesitate and took aim for the head, releasing the arrow as soon as she had a clear shot. The elongated mini-spear pierced right through the cranium of the android, dropping it like a rock upon full penetration, the rain following with the rest of the needed damage. Ganyu didn't celebrate though, knowing this was far from over, and instead followed with preparing another shot. More flashes accompanied the knife from several
The fuck was that, me? Yeah, get that out of there. Let's go something like that.
Another shot. More flashes accompanied the knight from several directions, confirming that the majority had been hiding away underground. She could only hope that Kokomi could hold out the number of enemies, seeing there was no telling how many there were. Seeing there was no telling how many there were. She had her own fight, so she just turned her focus back to the streets, finding more people struggling to run due to short-circuiting. One by one, she fired more arrows, managing to hit their heads each time and subdue them to the wet ground. They all had been hiding in the buildings up until the moment that lightning had hit Amakami Island. Hiding in the buildings up until the moment.
Let's do this little trick.
They all had been hiding in the buildings up until the moment that lightning had hit Amakani Island, and out of it. Up until the.
Something like that.
They all had been hiding in the buildings up until the moment that lightning had struck Amakani Island, and out of being exposed and outsmarted, were now forced into the open. She was relieved that the Shogun had changed their plan now, saying it was working phenomenally well. And as she continued to navigate the roofs, took out anything that had visible sparks going off as a dead giveaway that they weren't human. More violent explosions of thunder and lightning.
This is gonna be fun to mix.
More violent explosions of thunder and lightning added to the night. Inazuma beginning to look like a lightless battlefield as the war for Inazuma's safety continued to commence. Kuching had been met with her own fair share of enemies, having subdued them with her fast attacks and slashes of her sword. Unlike that night, this time she'd been without injury and could perform at her best ability. And
Oh. Need to reset the music. If you open Microsoft Edge, even though I did not even touch you. Why is everything being a consistent prick today? There we go. Alright.
And even she'd
Apparently I was out of breath or something. Either that or I had a burp.
at her best ability. And even she'd surprised herself with how well she was handling herself. And even she'd surprised herself with how well she was handling herself against the enemy she'd previously feared. Her group of enemies had flooded from the direction of the beaches, proving there had...
Wait, what? Come on. Oh. About right here-ish, I would say.
previously feared. Her group of enemies had flooded from the direction of the beaches,
Flooded? Did I say that? Oh, by the way, my toe is actually doing a lot better today now that I have some extra meds to, heal it fully. Yeah, not even close to yesterday's, fiasco. On wings, but these feathers will never fly. So tear me down and build me up. Okay, let's see. She could cut down an enemy, blah, 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 blah. More flashes, more violent explosions of thunder. Flooded. Okay, it is the right word.
Her group of enemies had flooded from the direction of the beaches, proving there had been some hiding in the shelter of the underground caverns of the beaches, proving there had been some hiding in the shelter.
Nope, way too fast. About right there, I'd say.
Flooded from the direction of the beaches, proving there had been some hiding in the shelter of the underground caverns of the island. Same with Ganyu. They'd come out of nowhere after the first attack had gone off Same with Ganyu.
Okay, bring this out. That's awesome. Glad to hear you're on the truck again, Bear. Yeah, I can actually walk on it. So that's a good sign. It's nowhere near the pain level it was yesterday. Which is a good sign because, yeah, this shit sucks. Especially if you let it go too long. Because it gets to the point of where, yeah, you just can't move your toe. You just can't move your toe. It is horrible. It feels like a broken bone and worse. If it had gone any longer, I think I could have potentially gotten an infection. They took blood from me yesterday to make sure that I don't have an infection and that my white blood cell count is fine. I don't feel sick or anything, so that's a good sign. But, yeah, it's scary shit. I'd heard of gout, but I'd never heard of pseudo-gout. Which basically all that means is basically it's like another type of gout. Regular gout is basically exactly it's like kidney stones for your toe. Kidney stones are basically caused by too much calcium. Yeah, calcium. Calcium in your system that doesn't flow through your kidneys fast enough, and then it hardens and turns into crystals, and then it goes into your urine tract, and yeah, not fun. So basically, think of that. Only instead of calcium, it's acid. I think it's uric acid, if I'm not mistaken. Too much of it is in my body, and it got through the kidneys. Too much was in my body to flow through the kidneys and into my urine tract, naturally. So some of that acid escaped elsewhere, and it goes to either your knee joint or your toe joints. And yeah, it hardens, turns into these teensy little shards that are not fun that are not fun. It attacks your toe joint and just makes hell on earth. A giant bulge like comes out from your toe, and yeah, it is just not fun. It's horrible. It feels like you broke your toe. And what's bad about it is that it is a toe that I've actually broken. I was walking in a river with a friend, and I was barefoot. Stupid. But the water was so obscured that I couldn't see anything. There was like a mist on top of the water, so I couldn't see anything. Well, I'm walking, and all of a sudden, curse smack! My toe runs right into a solid rock, and I'd hit it hard enough to know I probably had broken my toe. But here's the thing: the pain did not show up until 2 days later, because I think the coolness of the water made the swelling from the toe break immediately go down. Like, I think the coolness made basically what would be the swelling and inflammation stop dead in its tracks. Then 2 days later, first day, nothing. Second day, I went to sleep the first night, and all throughout the night, just horrible pain. Horrible pain. Like, if I shifted my foot wrong, oh my god. Toes are the worst. Toes and fingers. They are the absolute worst things to break because they're so tiny. Which means, basically, unless they are split into two pieces, they really won't do anything for it. They just let it heal. Like, doctors won't do anything because they're such small bones that really can't be fixed. Unless it's bad enough to where it does need to be fixed. So, that was like 4 years ago. Something like that. And I just basically let it heal on some. And it hurts when I put it, the wrong way or something like that. I sit on it or something like that, and it puts pressure on it. It does still hurt because it's a very fragile bone. So, basically, I get these little, like, painful spells all the time. Like, if I, shift it wrong or something like that. Well, like a little over a week ago, I wake up and it's a little painful. Like, it's just a teensy little bit of pain. It's about a little over what it is right now, I would basically assume. So I'm like, okay, maybe it was just one of those like little accidents where I accidentally shift it or sit on it wrong, something like that. And it'll just go away. Second day, it gets worse. Third day, gets worse. So I, start to take ibuprofen and Tylenol and stuff like that for the pain. Hopefully that will take down the swelling. Fourth day gets really bad. And I think it was the fifth day that I finally went to the hospital. Yeah, it got so bad I continued to take the ibuprofen, but it did not help. I tried taking a hot bath to hopefully get the swelling down, put ice on it, tried to, get it to just go down. Which putting ice on it does help, but I think it was at a point where it just couldn't be, like, my body couldn't fight against it. So, I believe it was the fifth day, maybe it was the fourth day, I don't know, but you get the point. So, fifth day, I wake up, I try walking on it. Oh, huge mistake. Because once my toe bent backwards, like when you put pressure on it, your toes bend backwards. Immediately, pain so strong that I was almost going to cry. Keep in mind, I don't cry easily. It was that bad. It was that severe. So I go out and take my medication and stuff like that, and I tell my parents, it's to the point where I'm crying. I am wanting to bawl. So my dad took me to the emergency room, and we were put back in a room. The doctor comes in, he's a fucking asshole, and he basically looks at it and says, "This looks like gout." So what they do is they they take X-rays of it. They take some blood from me to see if I had, what was it? It was basically to test for how much uric acid was in my system, because that's what causes gout. So he puts me on some medications for like 5 days, which is not enough. And then I basically just go home, and immediately it gets better. Like next day, pain goes down from like a 9 or a 10 to a 5. It's that bad. One more day, had I let that go, it probably would have been an infection. Because the area where it's located is on the side of my foot. So I hadn't looked at that spot specifically. So when he turned my toe sideways and I saw the red spot, I'm like, oh my God. We're talking beet red. And it's like shaped like a shark tooth. It goes all the way down the side of my toe, and yeah, it's like red across the surface, the top surface of my foot as well. So yeah, it was to the point of almost a fever. So we do the 5 days. It gets better, but not fully better. So I try to see if, maybe a few days, like maybe it's enough, but it takes time for it to go down. Like maybe the medications are still working. Well, it got worse. Like it was bearable, but it was starting to progress. It was starting to not get any better. So I went to the doctor yesterday, and I got more medication for it. So this is for like 10 days, I believe. So hopefully that will be enough to cure it. It's already loads better than whatever the hell it was yesterday. I would say it was probably about a pain level of maybe a 5. And today it's probably a 3. So that's good. It means my foot is recovering. And hopefully I never have to deal with this again, because it sucks. I wouldn't wish this upon my worst enemies. Not even the D word.
Same with Ganyu. They'd come out of nowhere after the first attack had gone off like a beacon of light, and she was enjoying every second. And she was enjoying every second of cutting these bastards down to where she'd been that night she'd nearly met death. Currently, she was throwing slash after slash as fast as she could against a group of easily 50 or more. Currently, she was throwing slash after slash as fast as she could against a group of easily 50 or more, but without elemental energy infusion. But without elemental energy infusion, they were falling like flies. She hadn't taken one hit, I can't find my place.
Why is that a common theme now?
She hadn't taken one hit, and even against over 100 machines, was managing to keep herself from falling to fatigue or being overpowered by her greatest enemy. In fact, she hadn't felt this good in what felt like centuries. Being in the heat of battle again was like a drug to her, but she still knew her actual objective, and she kept it in mind with every single swing of her blade. She wouldn't stop until every one of these things were dead on the ground. As for Ayaka, she'd been met with her own group that had come from the direction of the Grand Narukami Shrine, and using every bit of her knowledge of combat with the sword, was tearing down every foe with little to no effort. It felt weird to fight without her vision, but that's why she'd trained herself for moments as such, and it was paying off. 50 turned to 40, then 40 turned to 20. Fuck off. 50 turned to 40, then 40 turned to 20, up until there was little left. But as soon as she thought she could stop,
Bring that back.
more would come in bigger numbers. Again, she was ready for this, and this wasn't her first time dealing with a case as such. She'd fought many battles in her short life, whether it was hilly trolls, treasure hoarders, or more recently, the Raiden Shogun's own forces. Therefore, she had the strength and experience to fight several mobs of enemies without a single bead of sweat seeping from her pores. Even if it took all night or longer,
Bring that back.
even if it took all night or longer, she'd swing and cut down enemies with her blade until there was no more to attack. And she did. They all did. They all did. No, they all did. Ganyu shot. They all did. Ganyu shot. And she did. They all did. Ganyu shot. Ganyu shot hundreds of arrows. Kuching swung.
Stop. Let's save just to be absolutely sure, because I think Audacity's getting a little overactive again.
Ganyu shot hundreds of arrows. Kuching swung her sword thousands of times. Ayaka struck down her enemies hundreds of times to the point of exhaustion. Up until there was no more, and the three had unintentionally met back up on the battlefield. The flashing of lightning and
Hopefully this sounds epic, because I really took my time with this chapter.
the three had unintentionally met back up on the battlefield. The flashing of lightning and Kokomi's squad's bombs exploding.
That was really hard to say.
The flashing of lightning and Kokomi's squad's bombs exploding with an electric force finally went static in the darkness, and for just a moment, they felt like they could stop and breathe. However, as soon as they tried to do so, something made them rise to attention. The sound of a distant boom that echoed amongst the chaos. The sound of a distant boom that echoed amongst the chaos. Oh, coaching. Huh?
Okay, let's get those out.
Huh? Kuching muttered, mainly out of exhaustion and surprise. It wasn't over, but there was no remaining androids within any perimeter of Narukami Island.
Stop. Pull that back.
But there was no remaining androids within any perimeter of Narukami Island. So, what was left? Then, like a firework, a light adorned the black of the night, appearing first as nothing more than a pinprick high in the sky, then appearing first as nothing more than a pinprick high in the sky, then expanding the black of the night, appearing first as
Okay, shut that up.
the black of the night, appearing first as nothing more than a pinprick high in the sky, then expanding into a larger size upon getting closer. Upon the three turning to the sight in the sky, they immediately rushed to get out of the way. I need to get that down.
Alright, I think that was the last tick that I liked.
Incoming fire! Incoming fire! Get to safety, you two!
Hang on. Is it this one, maybe?
Incoming fire! Get to safety, you two! No.
No.
Incoming fire! Get to safety, you two!
That sounds good. That sounds good.
Incoming fire! Get to safety, you two!
That's being amplified. Wait, what's this? Hang on. Not pitch, I need, amplify. Let's go something like that. What's this?
I need to get that.
Ah.
Incoming fire! Get to safety, you two!
Yep, there we go.
Ayaka demanded, knowing the incoming attack would cause massive damage upon impact. Ganyu and Kuching gasped in shock, following with doing exactly what they'd been told.
Stop. About right there, I said.
Following with doing exactly what they'd been told. Running as fast.
Pull that back.
What they'd been told. Running as fast as possible to get out of the line of fire. They'd managed to do so with good time, the now confirmed fireball landing with a massive boom and destroying several of the surrounding buildings. Smoke, fire, and rubble littered the streets instantly, making Ganyu, Kuching, and Ayaka want to make attempts to prevent the...
Yeah. I knew I messed up here.
Making Ganyu, Kuching, and Ayaka want to make attempts to prevent the growing inferno from spreading further. However, the three didn't have time to put the fires out, knowing only more attacks were coming. What the hell is this?
Get that out.
What the hell is this? Kuching exclaimed in frustration. Huh, can't fight us on the land, so they attack from the sea? That's exactly what it is, Ayaka stated. Our enemy is much smarter than we thought. Everything we just encountered was merely a decoy to waver down our strength. So that's when they brought out the actual enemy. What?
Huh?
That when. When they brought out the actual enemy.
Stop. Come on, Audacity. It's just words. You can do this. Hey, Gaji.
Decoy to waver down our strength. So that when they brought out the actual enemy, we'd be easy targets. Everything we just encountered was merely a decoy to waver down our strength. So that when they brought out the actual enemy, we'd be easy targets.
Hang on. Let's see.
Everything we just encountered was merely a decoy to waver down our strength.
Control V.
Our enemy is much smarter than we thought. Everything we just encountered was merely a decoy to waver down our strength. So that when they brought out the actual enemy, we'd be easy targets. Another subtle boom erupted from a... Another subtle boom...
Boom. Pull that back.
Targets. Another subtle boom erupted from out beyond the shores, causing Ayaka to speak fast, knowing everything had officially changed drastically. Run! No. Run!
That's not bad.
Run! No. Run! Some.
Let me see. I like the last one or this one.
Run! No. Run! Run! No. Run! Run! No. Run! 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 No. Run! Something like that. I don't fucking know. Ayaka demanded. Quick.
Okay, stop. Alright, here. Okay, now we just gotta repeat the amplify. Let's see if that might work.
Run!
I want to give that a little bit more room.
Run! Ayaka demand.
Okay, hang on. Control C. Control V. I think this can still be louder. Control R.
Run!
Alright, I need to zoom in a little bit. See if that might work.
Run! Run!
That seems okay.
Ayaka demanded, quickly leading Ganyu and Kuching out of the city towards Konda village. Their only advantage was that they could dodge the attacks easily, but other than Konda village. Their only advantage was that they could dodge the attacks easily, but other than that, they were sitting ducks against the massive balls of fire. Something Ayaka made clear upon stopping just before the entrance. Something Ayaka made clear upon stopping just before the entrance to. Something Ayaka made clear upon stopping.
Hang on, we'll check that. Yep, okay.
Something Ayaka made clear upon stopping just before the entrance to Konda village. Something Ayaka made clear upon stopping just before the entrance to Konda village. As much as I hate to say it, we can't fight a foe like this in our current position. Ayaka directed. Then, what do we do now? Ganyu questioned. We need to rendezvous with the Shogun and hope that Miss Kokomi can hold out on the shores. We can't go back to the city to attempt or lessen the damage. We can't go back to the city to attempt or lessen the damage, nor can we navigate to the shores to help. We need to rethink our plan and come up with a new strategy before Inazuma becomes nothing but smoldering debris. As much as the two didn't want to admit.
Okay, let's do this kind of trick. Something whispering in my ear.
As much as the two didn't want to admit it, Ayaka was right. Therefore, they accepted the momentary surrender with a bitter taste in their mouths and nodded in agreement. Thank you. Thank you, Ayaka stated. Now, follow me to Amakani Island and stay sharp. We still have Thank you.
That sounds more desperate.
Thank you, Ayaka stated. Now, follow me to Amakani Island and stay sharp.
Stop!
Stated. Now, follow me to Amakani Island and stay sharp. We still have no idea what the situation is like on their side.
Fuck
With Ayaka
you
leading the way,
updates.
the three ladies rushed as fast as their legs could run to the three ladies.
You can go fuck yourself with your fucking updates, so piss off. I already updated your ass yesterday.
With Ayaka leading the way, the three ladies rushed as fast as their the three ladies rushed as fast as their legs could run to the sealed-off Amakani Island. The status inside being calm in comparison to the other end of the spectrum. The storm within had been seized, unlike the outside, and the likely traumatized attendees of the island were sitting in a mix of conditions. Some were standing with puzzled looks, while others were tending to children and their fellow kin. A positioned shogunate soldier, that's really hard to say. A positioned shogunate
That's hard to say.
A positioned shogunate soldier spotted the three soaked comrades, and after running off to fetch A, were granted entry within the safety of the barrier. The shogun was surprised at their presence. Having expected them to still be fighting in the.
There's the mix. There's the fuck up. Fuck. Hang on.
The shogun was surprised at their presence.
Nope, that's not a good take. I'm getting flashbacks now. Does this blooper sound familiar? She could sense Sweetie Belle's presence. Oh, good times, good times. Alright. Do not know why I have such a hard time with that, but fuck. Turn check your grace. He was infuriated. Took the initiative. Position Shogunate soldier. Oh, now I can say it. Spied the 3 so comrades and after 4 they were granted. Sure. Shogunate was surprised at their presence. Haven't expected that. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that entire sentence. All right. Lovely times, lovely times. It's hot in here. Actually, I want to save first. Save first. Just because I don't trust. Strings attached that hold me. Alright. Let me bring this down a little bit. About right there-ish. A little higher. About right there. Let's see this. Really? Come on. Oop. Shut that up. Still too low. There we go. The Shogun was surprised at their presence, having expected them to be fighting in the city area. The Shogun was surprised at their presence, having expected them to be fighting in the city area. Alright. Yeah, I completely fucked that up. Control A. Oh wait, no, I have to do this first. Do that. Noise reduction, get noise profile. Control A, Control R. Alright, let's see this. I like this take better because it kind of sounds more, what's the word? Like it fits the scene better, I guess. The Shogun was surprised at their presence. No. The Shogun was surprised at their presence, having expected them to still be fighting in the city area. There we go. Control V. Of the barrier. The Shogun was surprised at their presence, having expected them to be fighting in the city area. However, once she saw their faces, she immediately knew something was wrong. What is going on? Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. Let me just save real quick. Much better. Coffee will make you go to the bathroom a lot. So. Alright. What is going on? A asked with worry in her voice. Ayaka took the initiative, having been the one to make the call to temporarily abandon their prior mission. Having been the one to make the call to temporarily abandon their prior mission. Forgive us for leaving our positions, Your Grace. Forgive us for leaving our positions, Your Grace. Forgive us for leaving our positions, Your Grace. But there's Eclipse will pull that back. Forgive us for leaving our positions, Your Grace. But there's a major problem. Ayaka started. The first wave of enemies all 3 of us faced and eliminated were nothing but dupes designed
were nothing but dupes designed to fuck us, to fuck me.
No.
The first wave of enemies all three of us faced and eliminated were nothing but dupes designed to tire us dry of strength.
Let's do something like that.
The first wave of enemies all three of us faced and eliminated were nothing but dupes designed to tire us dry of strength. Now, the Fatui have taken the offensive with the real threat, and as we speak, are attacking Inazuma with large masses ablaze with fire. What?
Okay, so that would be like almost immediate. Because A would like be worried.
This is ablaze with fire. What? A exclaimed out of surprise, having not expected the Fatui to resort to such a brutal, you dork. Having not expected the
Okay, I'm at the right spot.
Having not expected the Fatui to resort to such a brutal method, Ayaka just continued to add more salt to the wound by addressing further the reason. Ayaka just continued to add more salt to the wound by addressing further the reasoning.
Okay, hang on. Hopefully this doesn't cause a problem.
Continued to add more salt to the wound by addressing further the continued to add more salt to the wound by addressing further the reasoning of
the wound. I don't know why I'm so expressive with that word.
Continued to add more salt to the wound by addressing further the reasoning of their current arrival. We cannot do anything.
Okay, boom. About right here-ish.
We cannot do anything offensively and are sitting ducks in the city. So we have chosen to regroup with you and Gucci Yai in hopes of finding an answer to this tactic. So we have chosen to regroup with you and... So we have...
Oh, it was all the way out here.
So we have chosen to regroup with you and Gucci Yai in hopes of finding an answer to this tactic.
Hang on.
We cannot do anything offensively and are sitting ducks in the city. So we have chosen to regroup with you and Gucci Yai in hopes of finding an answer. We can...
Get that out.
Ducks in the city. So we have chosen to regroup with you.
Give that some more room. Just see. See if that might work.
In the city. So we have chosen to regroup with you and Gucci Yai in hopes of... in the city. So we have...
Why are you clipping? Let's do something like that.
Ducks in the city. So we have chosen to regroup with you and Gucci Yai in hopes of finding an answer to this tactic.
Okay, hang on. Get the breath out.
Ducks in the city. So we have...
Nope, that clips. I need to zoom in. Wait, why does that clip? Oh my god, really? Are we Are we such a tightwad?
Ducks in the city. So we have...
Nope. We need to add more brace. Let's see if that might work.
In the city. So we have chosen to regroup with you and Gucci Yai in hopes of finding an answer to this tactic.
That'll work.
A was infuriated. A was infuriated, but knew her emotions were not important in the current situation. She needed to think fast, seeing Inazuma was seeing Inazuma was currently being reduced to nothing but shambles. So she took a deep breath. She needed to think fast, seeing Inazuma was seeing...
Let's see if that works.
She needed to think fast, seeing Inazuma...
Know your next move. Don't let them know your next move. Something like that, maybe?
She needed to think fast, seeing Inazuma was currently being reduced to nothing. To think fast, seeing Inazuma was currently being reduced to nothing but shambles. So she took a deep breath to calm down. So she took a deep breath to calm down. So she took a deep breath to calm down. I understand. I understand. And do not blame anything on you, Miss Kamisato. A assured. Turns out these bastards are much smarter than we thought. And that's a major issue. How are Miss Kokomi's forces... How are Miss Kokomi's forces... That's really hard to say. How are Miss Kokomi's... How are Miss Kokomi's forces holding out on the beaches? Ayaka shook her head as a way of answering. We had no time to check, Your Grace. We had no time to check, Your Grace. Ayaka answered with... We had no time to check, Your Grace. Ayaka...
Kind of glad I took that out, or took that on a second take.
We had no time... We had no time to check, Your Grace. Ayaka answered in a tone of defeat. We had to evacuate immediately or risk getting trapped by the stacking clutter. We had to evacuate immediately or risk getting trapped by the stacking clutter and fire.
Okay, bring that.
We had to evacuate immediately or risk getting trapped by the stacking clutter and fire. Raiden nodded in assurance. Understood. No, understood. A took a moment to think. Understood. A took a moment to think, juggling her thoughts quickly for an answer. It took a second, but eventually she found a solution. A risky one. All right, I see only one solution. All right, I see only one solution then. You said that the target was Inazuma City, correct? Affirmative. Ayaka answered. Ayaka answered. Good. Ayaka answered. Good. Buildings and structures can be... Good. Buildings and structures can be rebuilt with time. So, the damage can...
Get that out.
Good. Buildings and structures can be rebuilt with time. So, the damage can be atoned for. Now, I need to know two things. What directions were the projectiles being shot from, and how frequently were they being launched? And how frequently were they being launched?
Pull that back.
And how frequently were they being launched? The east. The east. And the fire frequency was relatively low, meaning there's probably only one ship launching the attacks.
Yeah. I gotta redo that.
The east. And the fire frequency was relatively low, meaning there's probably only one ship launching the attacks? She was catching on. All right, then come with me to the east beaches. Raiden answered. It will take a good amount of my strength, but I will show these foes what it means to challenge the might of lightning. But I will show... But I will show these foes what it means to challenge the might of lightning. Almost immediately. But I will show these foes what it means to challenge the might of lightning. Almost immediately, Miko intervened on the idea. Almost immediately, Miko intervened on the idea of practical self-sacrifice. Hold it, eh? No. Hold it, eh? Yai demanded in a voice that carried the... Hold it, eh? Yai demanded in a voice that carried the same amount of intimidation as a drill... Eh? Yai demanded in a voice that carried the same amount of intimidation as a drill sergeant. If you think I'm going to let you just... If you think I'm just going to let you go and throw your life into the Tsaritsa's hands... No, that's wrong. What the fuck was that? If you think I'm going to just let you go and throw your life into the Tsaritsa's hands, you've got another thing coming. I understand how you feel, but draining yourself dry of energy isn't going to solve anything. Then what else do you want me to do, Miko? A shot back. If we don't act fast, the entire city is going to be destroyed, and unless we use elemental power, we cannot reach the devices currently threatening our home. What else is there to do? Have you forgotten what I am as much as what I can summon to help? Yai countered. All of the Kitsune of Inazuma are at my call, and I highly doubt they'll stand idly by and watch their home be destroyed. Not to mention, while I'd rather these three not even see it, I can manifest into my own Kitsune form at any time. These androids are no match for ancient yokai that wouldn't hesitate to rip their heads off as payback for all of this trouble.
I love voicing Miko. She's so much fun. She's just so snobby and so over the top. Oh, I love voicing the assholes, the dicks. Like, she is fun. Like, I put my hand out like this when I'm voicing her because I just can see her doing that. Like, she has her hand out. Like, A, would you quit trying to kill yourself and come over here and hug me instead? Quit being such a hothead and come over here and listen to what I have to say, child. You know, something like that. She's so much fun. Not one of my favorite characters, but I love voicing her. She's so much fun. And you can definitely tell I was having fun. Like, she is so much fun.
Kitsune form at any time. These androids are no match for ancient yokai that wouldn't hesitate to rip their heads off as payback for all of this trouble. At the mention of Yai having an...
And this is what I was meaning by we're getting into points where I started using my imagination.
At the mention of Yai having an alternative form, Ganyu jumped, remembering she too was part Adeptus. Like Yai. Remembering she...
Can I get that out? Yeah, I can get that out.
Jumped, remembering she too was part Adeptus. Like Yai, she'd rather not reveal.
1,000 years might be too much to forgive. If I ever start doing my own voice acting, my Miko is going to be a treat. Yeah, she's fun. Very, very fun. A just sounds like an angry lady, but that kind of is her voice if you think about it. That mainly the puppets, because the puppet is robotic. But yeah, Miko is just a lot of fun because she's sarcastic and a bitch when she wants to be, which is all the time. Oh, I love. She was one of my favorite characters she was one of my characters that I was looking forward to voicing. She's fun. Like, she's just so snobby and so bitchy, and it's fun to voice her.
Like Yai, she'd rather not reveal said form, but the situation called for it. Therefore, she spoke up. Pardon my interruption, Miss Yai. Oh, pardon my interruption, but like Miss Yai...
I need to lower that. That sounds more like Ayaka.
Pardon my interruption, but like Miss Yai, I too have an Adeptus form, and can transform at will. Ganyu explained.
Okay, yeah, I need to lower that. No, stop. Let's see, change pitch. Let's go something like, not that, whoa.
Pardon my interruption, but like Miss Yai, I too have an Adeptus form, and can
Close. A little less intensity.
Pardon my interruption, but like Miss Yai, I too have an Adeptus...
Nope. Let's try -3.
Pardon my interruption, but like Miss Yai, I too have an Adeptus...
-4. Let's say if -5 sounds better.
Pardon my interruption, but like Miss Yai, I too have an Adeptus form, and can
Sounds fine. Okay, let's see how
She
it sounds.
spoke up. Pardon my interruption, but like Miss Yai, I too have an Adeptus form, and can transform at will. Ganyu explained. Perfect, Yai said. You see, eh? People, you see, eh?
Yeah, I remember I got stuck on this part.
You see,
Is that perfect?
you see?
Oh, you see. This?
You see, eh? People are willing to assist you, even if it goes beyond their comfort zones. Oh my god! Even if it goes beyond their... People are willing to assist you, even if it goes beyond their comfort zones. Stop being a prideful hothead and let us help you. A sighed heavily, knowing she'd been beaten, and out of the clear severity of the situation, agreed. All right. I apologize for my hasty All right. I apologize for my hasty recklessness. However, I can't leave you two to fend on your own. While your mythical beast forms are very powerful, you are still susceptible to fatal hits. Therefore, I will provide defense by using lightning to take out their devices, as much as make it easier for you not to get hurt. Now, there's the AI no. Now, there's the AI no. Yai responded.
That needs to be a little higher.
Now, there's the AI no.
Yeah,
For you not to get hurt. Now, there's the
too close. Just shut all that up, I guess, and bring this out just a little more. Haven't found them yet, but I know that it'll be fine. Got man to maritime. Okay, what am I doing? Oh, up in the pitch a little bit. Because that's a little too low for me. Change pitch. Let's see. Let's go with something, really? Let's go with something like maybe that.
Now, there's the AI no.
A little higher.
Now, there's the AI no.
Sure, why not? Now there's the AI
Yai responded. That's a plan I can actually agree with.
God damn it. Let's see. grab something like that. Control C. That needs more space. Control V. Okay, let's see how that sounds.
Now, there's the AI now. Yai responded. That's a plan I can actually agree with. A didn't appreciate the sarcasm, but didn't have time to care. All right. As for Miss Kamisato and the others... Kuching intervened, already having a plan of action. We'll assist Kokomi and her forces on the shores. She'll need as much help as possible, and we cannot allow this... We'll assist Kokomi and her forces on the shores. She'll need as much help as possible, and we can't allow the ships to reach the shore.
Why does she sound so off?
All right. As for Miss Kamisato and the others... Kuching intervened, already having a plan of action. We'll assist Kokomi and her forces on the shores. She'll need as much help as possible, and we... A nodded in agreement. We'll assist Kokomi and her forces on the shores. She'll need as much help as possible, and we can't allow the ships to reach the shore. A nodded in agreement, relieved that Yai had talked sense into her. Relieved that Yai had talked sense into her. Let's
see if that might work. You'd think she exhausted all resources before going into battle herself, but it does threaten her eternity, so it makes sense. Yeah, A's very reckless. If you've played her story quest part 2, well, yeah, does part 1 have that too? No, that's when we go on a date with her, basically. Second part of her story quest, you will know A is very, very reckless. Like, she will jump right into action because she thinks she can do it herself, and she only has to do it herself. So that's why this fits. I could see Raiden doing this very easily. If this was a quest and she felt like she had no choice but to use her power rather than looking around her and seeing that her friends can help her as well. Yeah, I could see A doing this very easily.
A nodded in agreement, relieved that Yai had talked sense into her.
Don't know why my mouth was being such a bitch.
A nodded in agreement, relieved that Yai had talked sense into her. All right, let's hurry to the shores and pray that Miss Kokomi has...
Alright. Let's get that. Really? Stop it. Fucking bitch. Okay. What do we got?
All right. Let's hurry to the shores and pray that Miss Kokomi has...
I think it's from Let's.
Let's hurry to the shores and pray that Miss Kokomi has outlasted the assault. With no other word, the hopeful group started all the way across Narukami Island, navigate...
Get that out.
With no other word, the hopeful group started all the way across Narukami Island, navigating first to the western shores, then rounding the south end. Once they made it to the east, they eventually came to the sight of Kokomi and her soldiers attempting to fire at the ships far out beyond the island's shoreline. However, their efforts were proving faulty, due to not having enough caliber to reach the target just visible. Due to not having enough caliber to reach the target their efforts were proving faulty, due to not having enough caliber to reach the target just visible about 100 yards out. But they weren't the focus, so at least...
Get that out.
About 100 yards out. But they weren't the focus, so at least they didn't have to worry about casualties or worse. Upon their approach, Kokomi instantly breathed. Upon their approach, Kokomi instantly breathed.
Another base trap.
Upon their approach, Kokomi instantly breathed a major sigh of relief, knowing now that her comrades were safe. Oh, thank the God you are all safe. No. Oh, thank the God you are all safe.
Whoops. I said whoops. Thank you. I need to...
Oh, thank the God you are all safe, she said. I was worried that you all had gotten caught in the line of fire. How are things here, Miss Kokomi? A asked. For the most part, we've held our ground. Oh, I was worried that you all had gotten caught in the line of fire. How are things here, Miss Kokomi? A
Bring that back a little bit.
gotten caught in the line of fire. How are things here, Miss Kokomi?
Too fast. Alright. There.
Gotten caught in the line of fire. How are things here, Miss Kokomi? A asked.
Too fast.
For the most part, we've held our...
Way too fast. Control V. Really? Out of control. Says he had. Get from me. I was already dead.
How are things here, Miss Kokomi? A asked. For the most part, we've held our... A asked. For the most part, we've held our ground well, minus some minor injuries to some of our soldiers. Kokomi answered. However, when they started firing at the city... Kokomi answered. However, when they started firing at the city, I'm afraid there was really nothing we could do. We've attempted to damage the ships, but we can't reach. Do not worry. You have done well. Do not worry. You have done well. Raiden assured. After some discussion,
Hopefully I retook that.
Raiden assured. After some discussion, we've resolved a way to hopefully end this for good.
Sorry. See, that might work.
It's for good. Then I suggest you work fast.
Oh. It's immediate. So, about right there.
For good. Then I suggest you work fast. There's no telling how much damage really end this for good. Then I suggest you work fast. There's no telling how much damage has been done from these attacks. Of course. A agreed, turning her attention to Yai and Ganyu.
Okay. Stop!
These attacks. Of course. A agreed, turning her attack.
Okay. It's hot in here. About right there-ish.
From these attacks. Of course. A agreed, turning her attention to Yai and Ganyu.
Pull it back.
Turning her attention to Yai and Ganyu. You two know what to do. Once you are changed, I'll prepare my part of the plan. Ganyu and Yai nodded in agreement. Yai following by pulling out.
There's a little bit of comedy here as well.
I'll prepare my part of the plan. Ganyu and Yai nodded in agreement. Yai following by pulling out her practical wand and starting the process of summoning her fellow Kitsune. I suggest you prepare yourselves, she warned, her wand starting to glow and Yai closing her eyes. All of my fellow children of Narukami, I call upon thee in dire need. Your home is in peril, and only with your assistance can we save it from destruction. Please, answer my call to save everything we hold dear and its future to come.
Nice first take.
Upon the utterance of the desperate call for help, Upon the utterance of the desperate call for help, Yai opened her eyes. Her pupils radiated a bright. Yai opened her eyes. Her pupils.
Oh, there's a pause there. Just a few.
Yai opened her eyes. Her pupils radiated a bright light as hundreds of pink orbs began to manifest all around them. It was quite a sight to witness, and it only got more mesmerizing, dork. Quite a sight to witness, and it only got more mesmerizing.
Nope. Just do something like that. I don't know.
It was quite a sight to witness, and it only got more mesmerizing upon the orbs beginning to take form into something more animalistic. Hundreds of yokai came into full manifestation on the beach, causing everyone to understand instantly why Yai had warned them. Foxes, raccoons, and several more creatures surrounded all of them. Manifestation on the beach, causing everyone to understand.
Nope, that's too fast. I gotta bring that back up. I gotta push this out a little bit more. Right there.
Manifestation on the beach, causing everyone to
Too much. Back a little bit more. Let's see if that might work.
Station on the beach, causing everyone to understand instantly why Yai had warned them. Foxes, raccoons, and several more.
I think I retook this, didn't I? Yeah, I did.
Why Yai had warned them. Foxes, raccoons, and several more creatures surrounded why Yai had warned them. Foxes, raccoons, and several more creatures surrounded all of them. All of different shapes, sizes, and ages. And several more raccoons, and several more creatures.
God, this is annoying. About right there, I'd say.
Foxes, raccoons, and several more creatures surrounded all of them. All of different shapes, sizes, and ages. It brought back memories for Ganyu when she was still a child, before Cloud Retainer had taken her in as her. She was still a child, before Cloud Retainer had taken her in as her own. Back then, Adepti used to flourish throughout her original home in packs as big as this one. However, her.
Looks like I fucked up. Ah, fuck. Let's go something like this. About right there, I'd say.
As big as this one. However, her nostalgic thoughts were.
Yep, get that out. Bring this back a little bit. Let's save. Just be careful.
It's this one. However, her nostalgic thoughts were not important right now. She needed to focus on doing something. She hadn't in centuries.
This is what I mean by you can go the full, like, you can go way out with like, characters like Ganyu and Yai.
Were not important right now. She needed to focus on doing something she hadn't in centuries. Changing forms.
What's with the racket, Miko?
Oh god.
What's with...
Here comes the comedy relief.
What's with the racket, Miko?
A more aged yokai. Oh. Let me just do the lines.
I thought I told you that I didn't want to be involved in pointless nonsense like this. I thought I told you that I didn't want to be involved in pointless nonsense like this. I thought I told you that I didn't...
The hell is that? That looks like when I accidentally bumped my microphone cable.
I thought I told you that I didn't want to be involved in pointless nonsense like this anymore 100 years ago.
There we go.
Alright.
Okay.
What's with the racket, Miko? I thought I told you that I didn't want to be involved in pointless nonsense like this anymore 100 years ago.
Alright. Let's see. I'm just gonna skip right on past that. Because I don't want to rape anybody's ears.
A more aged yokai exclaimed. It's good to see you too, Raiko. She greeted. Why don't you look out there and see for yourself? The mythical beast followed her pointed finger out beyond the shores, watching as yet another fireball was launched into the sky like a rocket.
What in the blazes do these miscreants think they're doing to our property?
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Like a rocket.
What in the blazes do these miscreants think they're doing to our property?
He exclaimed. Yeah.
Probably gonna add an effect to it as well, so.
Yai. Okay. Gotta wait for the toilet to shut up. Whew, I speak for everyone here that unless you want to keep your property, you'll do all you can to stop them from getting another shot off. Yai directed.
Okay. Damn good. Oh. Damn good for nothing. Damn good for nothing, Creighton.
Sounds like freaking Cranky Donkey or whatever his name was. I can't remember his name. The guy from MLP. I don't remember his name. It's the donkey dude. I don't.
Damn good for nothing, Creighton. Damn good for nothing, Creighton. I'll teach you a lesson.
Oh, I love voice acting. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. You know, it's a lot of work.
Damn good for nothing, Creighton. I'll teach you a lesson.
See if that might work.
Damn good for nothing, Creighton. I'll teach you a lesson.
Oh, that's why he has a southern accent.
You'll do all you can to stop them from getting another shot off. Yai directed.
It's about right there.
Damn good for nothing, Creighton. I'll teach you a lesson.
Okay, there we go. He finished, starting for the ship. He finished, starting for the ship. Once the easily tempered yokai was out of range, Yai spoke up to the rest of her fellow kin.
Okay. Bring this back just a little more.
Where am I? Right there. I'd suggest you... Her fellow kin. I'd suggest you follow his lead. Otherwise, your home won't last much longer. Whew, it's on here.
Okay, gotta get that out.
much longer. Otherwise, your home won't last much longer.
Count me in.
Oh. Otherwise, your home won't lead. Otherwise, your home won't last much longer.
Pull that back.
Just you follow his lead. Otherwise, your home...
No, too much. Need more space right there.
Just you follow his lead. Otherwise, your home won't last much longer.
Count me in.
Oh.
Count me in.
Another
Count me in.
Another yokai that had the form of a fox and resembled a boxer accepted with absolute pride. No.
Pull that back. Shut the fuck up.
Another yokai that had the form of a fox and resembled a boxer accepted with absolute pride.
I've been wanting to spar for a while now, and will take pride in knocking these asses' heads from their shoulders. I've been wanting to spar for a...
Yeah, that's gonna have to work.
It didn't take long for the many others to agree as well, having made it to the ship by the time Yai's turn had come to take form. Her transformation was quick and simple, having to only put her hands together, close her eyes, and in a flash of violet light, appeared as a large kitsune with 5 large tails.
I checked it. Yeah, she's 500 years
Appeared as a large kitsune with 5 large tails. She was easily over 10 feet tall with pink fur and piercing violet eyes. It was quite the sight, but Ganyu's was something far more intimidating. Her transformation started the same, but unlike a flash of light, Ganyu's was slow and more similar to a werewolf's process from human to monster. She first started to grow tall and wide. She first started to grow tall and wide, her horns extending and thick light blue. My God, her horns extending and thick light blue fur growing from every follicle. Her horns extending and thick light blue fur growing from every. Grow tall and wide. Her horns extending.
Nope, that ain't gonna work. Breath is like the worst enemy for anybody who does like voice recording.
To grow tall and wide, her horns extending and thick light blue.
Stop.
Tall and wide, her horns extending and thick light blue fur growing from every follicle of her body. Her nose and mouth extended into a muzzle, her hands and feet became hooves, and a long tail grew from the base of her spine. By the time she'd fully finished, she was over 30 feet tall on all hands and feet became hooves, and a long tail grew.
Nope. Fuck off. Piss off. Shit. Let's try that. See if that might work.
Her hands and feet became hooves, and a long tail grew from the base of her spine. By the time she'd fully finished...
Nope. Let's get that a little closer.
Became hooves, and a long tail grew from the base of her spine. By the time she'd fully finished, she was over 30 feet tall on all fours and resembled something close to a lion. To say that Kuching was slightly
Okay. Yep, I remember this line. This line's kind of tricky. So I'm just going to skip past all that.
To say that Kuching was slightly intimidated by her beloved's Qilin form was an understatement, even though she knew she had no reason to fear the massive creature before her. For Ganyu, she was surprised at how well she felt natural in this form, considering she hadn't been this way since the Archon War. For Ganyu, she was surprised at how...
I swear, these breaths. And I know the noise gate will catch him if I don't get rid of him. Fucking annoying.
Ganyu, she was surprised at how well she felt natural in this form, considering she hadn't been this way since the Archon War. It was relieving, even if she felt slightly embarrassed, preparing to go out.
There we go. Something like that.
If she felt slightly embarrassed, preparing to go out and teach the Fatui a lesson. Preparing to go out and teach the Fatui a lesson they'll never forget.
Hold that back.
Preparing to go out and teach the Fatui a lesson they'll never forget. Well, I definitely didn't expect her to be that tall. Yai commented. Think you can reach the ships from here? Watch me. Ganyu answered, following with jumping outwards towards... Watch me.
Let me up that a little bit.
Watch me.
It was supposed to imply that she was a little angry.
Here. Watch me. Ganyu answered, following with jumping outwards towards the target destination. No. Following with jumping outward toward the target... Following with jumping...
You son of a fucking bitch.
Watch me.
God.
Watch. Following...
I really want to talk to the person who decided to put the home and delete button right next to each other.
Ganyu answered, following with jumping outward towards the target destination, launching over 100 feet into the air. Before taking off to join her, Yai stated one last thing. Ganyu...
Get that out.
Over 100 feet into the air. Before taking off to join her...
I don't think so. You're not clipping, bitch.
Before taking off to join her, Yai stated one last thing. You've sure got something special, Miss Kuching. Then before Kuching could even respond, she started a steady pace of skipping elegantly across the water. While Kuching and the others stayed on the shore to provide help for Kokomi, Ganyu and Yai, along with the other yokai, raided the ship that had fired the projectiles. Ganyu had started her retaliation by landing along with all...
Okay. Could you imagine a giant freaking Qilin just coming at you with rage in their eyes? Oh my god, that'd be terrifying.
Ganyu and Yai, along with the other...
No. I don't think so. There we go.
Ganyu and Yai, along with the other yokai, raided the ship that had fired the projectiles. Ganyu had started her retaliation by landing and destroying the catapult with a single swipe of her tail. Ganyu had started her retaliation by...
There we go.
Ganyu had started her retaliation by landing and destroying the catapult with a single swipe of her massive tail. She'd managed to take out the Fatui manning the ship. She'd managed to take out the Fatui manning the weapon as well. Blood staining the fur dressing her left hoof. The yokai were all over the staff of the ship.
Okay, get that out.
fur dressing her left hoof. The yokai were all over the staff of the ship, not holding back on the...
Oh, it's too much. Let's go like this. Something like that.
left hoof. The yokai were all over the staff of the ship, not holding back on the hostile monsters that had nothing but malicious intent. Yai had joined them shortly.
Oh shit. So I gotta get that out. Right there.
Malicious intent. Yai had joined them shortly, attacking and taking out any other fatigues. Attacking and taking out any
See if that sounds
monsters
right.
that had nothing but malicious intent. Yai had joined them shortly, attacking and taking
That back.
that had nothing but malicious intent. Yai had joined them shortly, attacking and taking out any other Fatus foolish enough to take her on, while Ganyu continued to damage the ship with her godly strength. She rocked the ship and punched holes through its flooring, showing these bastards the price of everything they'd caused her, Kuching, and Yelan. Along with that was the several lightning bolts attacking the ship, controlled by A. They struck the exterior like a spiked whip, causing serious damage. They struck the exterior like a spiked whip, causing serious damage and killing whoever got hit by the electric jabs. The occupants of the vessel didn't stand a chance against the might and rage of a near... The occupants of the vessel didn't stand a chance... The occupants of the vessel didn't stand electric jabs. The occupants of the vessel didn't stand a chance against the might and rage of a near 40-foot tall Adeptus beast, angry yokai, and the might of the goddess of lightning. How tall Adeptus beast, angry yokai, and the...
You can hear a clip in there. Let's go something like that, maybe.
Foot tall Adeptus beast, angry yokai, and the might of the goddess of lightning. However, the chaos was so frantic that I'm gonna kill someone. However, the chaos was so frantic that Ganyu hadn't noticed that she was being targeted from afar, and hadn't realized it until a sound had graced her ears with enhanced hearing. And hadn't realized it until a sound had graced from afar, and hadn't realized it until a sound had graced her ears with enhanced hearing. Okay, this is gonna be a shout.
Okay. Bring that out a little bit.
Ganyu, watch out!
That sounds like me. That's probably gonna have to be pitched a little bit. Yeah.
Ganyu, watch out!
That's okay.
Ganyu, watch out!
We'll play with that later on.
That's good enough. That I didn't peek too badly. Before she could have even realized what she'd heard and who had said it, it was too late.
Okay, hang on. I do need to turn this up though. Amplify 3. That should be okay.
Ganyu, watch out! Before she could have even realized what she'd heard and who had said it, it was too late. A sudden impact of force to her right side that led to an agonizing amount of pain within her body had...
Right? Left, dork. Let me see if that's... Did I say right and it's left? Oh, for God's sakes. Left side. Fuck in hell. Can you not read, body?
A sudden impact of force to her right side that led to an agonizing amount of pain within her body had caused her to stagger so badly that the ship had become unbalanced.
Okay. I need to redo that. Fucking hell. A sudden impact, agonizing pain with her body so badly that she become unbalanced. Okay. That's a lot of words to read. It's okay. Everyone makes mistakes. Control A. I said Control A, you dork. Oh my fucking god. I said Control A, dork. Oh my fucking. Delete. Okay. That's weird. A sudden impact of force to her left side that led to an agonizing amount of pain within her body had caused her to stagger so badly that the ship had become unbalanced. Do I like that breath? No. Really? Wait for the phone, shut up. It's my sister. A sudden impact of force to her left side that led to an agonizing amount of pain within her body had caused her to stagger so badly that the ship had become unbalanced. There we go. Control A, Control R. Hopefully that sounds okay. Control C. And Control V. See if that might work.
It was too late.
A sudden impact of force to her left side that led to an agonizing amount of pain within her body had caused her to stagger so badly that the ship had become unbalanced.
The vessel had begun to tip onto its right side, causing Ganyu and the others to fall into the water along with it. Luckily, the hundreds of mythical creatures were all able to just... Luckily, the hundreds of mythical creatures were able to just reposition themselves atop the water, but Ganyu struggled to swim due to her injuries. The projectile that had struck her side had managed to fracture at least... The projectile that had struck her side had managed to fracture at least 3 of her ribs, making any movement agonizing for her. Despite the pain, Ganyu had managed to get a grip on the ship's body, but she was far from safe, the source of the unexpected attack coming into view. Less than 50 yards away was another ship armed with the same catapult, and they were readying another shot to either knock out Ganyu or kill her. She was a sitting duck. Yai rushed to her aid, hoping that the damage wasn't too severe. Miss Ganyu, are you okay? Miss Ganyu, are you okay? First one. Alright, bring that back. Let's back more. Give this some more room. Do this like this. Let's see. It took a second for Ganyu to answer, searing agony engulfing her entire body in her current situation. No, my situation. No, my ribs, they're broken. My ribs, they're broken. My ribs situation. My ribs, right there. My ribs, they're broken. Yai had enough information to make the verdict. Ganyu couldn't fight anymore. Down for the count. Yai clarified with, down for the count. Yai clarified with urgency. Just,
I like the first take better. But right there, I'd say.
down for the count. Yai clarified with urgency. Just hang on to the ship for a little longer. My friends and I will take care of the other catapult. Ganyu didn't answer. Just hang on to the ship for a little longer. My friends and I will take care of the other catapult.
Okay.
Ganyu didn't answer, but understood. Therefore, Yai fulfilled her promise and turned... Therefore...
Yeah.
Stood.
Broken ribs are never fun.
Stood. Therefore, Yai fulfilled her promise and turned from her fellow comrade. However, before heading to the other ship, she did something additionally to assist her fallen soldier. On the shore, a much distraught Kuching was suddenly surprised by a voice entering her thoughts like a distant whisper. The voice of Yai Miko, speaking a clear message to follow. Do whatever you can to get to her. She's hurt. She's hurt and is in really bad shape. My kin and I can handle the second ship.
Okay.
Kuching knew she didn't have much time, so out of absolute will of her love for Ganyu and adrenaline, she ran for the shore and began to swim as fast as she could. If there were any objections prior to her leave from the shore, she didn't hear them, too focused on saving Ganyu's life. She was at the wreckage in less than 20 seconds, quickly working atop the ship's side and running to Ganyu's aid. Oh god. Ganyu! She called in desperation.
Okay. I need to, let's see, about that much, I would say. That's a good amount. I can always change it later on. Let's see. We need to flat. How loud is that?
Ganyu!
No. R.
Ganyu! Ganyu! Ganyu!
That'll work. Okay, let's pull that back.
Ganyu! She called in desperation, meeting her love's sight in seconds. Ganyu barely heard her. In seconds. Ganyu barely heard her, too out of it to focus, but upon feeling a touch to her left hoof, Ganyu peeked open her beastly eyes to Kuching. She was crying and working hard to pull the likely 10-ton beast up to her, which she knew was impossible. Using the little strength Ganyu had in her current state, she allowed herself to revert back to her human form, allowing her beloved to pull her up to safety. Once back to her usual form, Kuching pulled her beloved out of the water as Kuching pulled her beloved up out of the water.
Hold it up.
Kuching pulled her beloved up out of the water as gently as possible and wrapped her tightly in her arms. She kissed Ganyu's head and cried her eyes out in relief.
Okay, get that out. I think there was something else right here though that I heard. That. Okay, let's get that out of there. Let's see. That right there, I'd say.
Her arms. She kissed Ganyu's head and cried her eyes out in relief that her beloved was safe in her arms again. It's okay. It's okay now. I'm here. I'm here. I'll always be here.
God damn.
She was so distraught that she hadn't noticed the other ship become an emblazoned wreckage. She was so distraught that she hadn't noticed the other ship had become an emblazoned wreckage. She was so distraught that she hadn't noticed the other ship had become an emblazoned wreckage, nor had she heard the several clashes of lightning ending the lives of the vessel's occupants. Once the other ship and the monsters aboard had gone silent, for the first time that entire night, it was quiet. The battle to save Inazuma had officially ended, and all that remained was the pitter-patter of rain and the remains of that entire night of complete and utter chaos. They had won. They had stopped Inazuma from becoming another Liyue Harbor tragedy. A victory that was rewarded by the rising of the sunshine to a whole new day in the land of eternity.
Oh my. Okay, shut that up. Okay. Control, let's see. I haven't done the thing, have I? No, I haven't. Control that, Control A, Control R. Something happened in that crying scene, by the way. When I did that, I actually shed real tears. That's why it sounds so real. I actually shed real tears without even trying. I don't know how I did it, but I did. I just went into the character and, yeah, pulled it off. This is going to be fun to mix. Definitely going to be something that I haven't done. Well, I've done, like, war stuff. Oh, God, Day Zero in a nutshell. Ugh. But I knew this was going to be a big chapter. That's why I took my time with it. And I implied that because I really do think they should imply, like, you know, that more into the game. Like, Ganyu can switch forms. Like, let her switch forms, for God's sakes. Cloud Retainer's getting a human form, so she apparently can switch forms. That's why I went the whole 9 yards. I wanted to just let my imagination run wild. Like, this is just the raw form. Wait until I add, like, effects and music and, you know, just ambience. It's gonna be different. Like, if I was the Fatui out on that ship and I saw this 30-foot tall monster rushing towards us, oh shit, I'm abandoning ship. I'm abandoning ship. Fuck you guys, I'm out. Fuck you and your fucking Saritsa, I'm done. Oh, God. And if you don't know what Ganyu's Qilin form looks like, well, it's not official, but there is art of it. I don't know if it's Genshin official stuff, but she can switch forms. Which means Yanfei can switch forms as well. This is what I mean. They really need to imply this kind of shit into the game. It would make it a really cool experience. Google, don't even start with me, please. Ganyu. Maybe if I can spell. Ganyu Qilin form. Maybe if it'll let me. I gotta be careful. Because, yeah. Actually, I'm going to just do this to avoid inappropriateness getting accidentally caught, because there's a lot of R34 of Ganyu as well. So, yeah, I'm not taking that chance. Which one is it? Is that the display? Yeah, display. Just want to be absolutely careful, guys. Because you know how YouTube is. Holy... That's actually a perfect, like, picture for this. Okay, where's it? What's a good picture? So something like that. No inappropriateness, right? Yeah, okay. Let's see. You go back to this. Alright. That is Ganyu's Qilin form. I don't know where this originated from, but this thing is what she is in beast form. It's so pretty. Like, why are we just not doing this? I mean, if Ganyu could switch forms, do you imagine how broken she'd be? I wouldn't say cute. Well, actually, Qilin, I've read all about them. Like, Qilin are like basically Kirin, but different cultures. So in Chinese, Qilin are basically Kirin. But they're very, very gentle beasts. They're not like, you know, like aggressive or anything like that. It matches Ganyu's personality perfect. But yeah, look at this one. Look at that. That thing's fucking huge. That is massive in size. But yeah, that thing is fucking massive. And Yai's form, I've seen... Her form is small. What are they called? Kitsune. Yai Miko Kitsune. Okay, please don't make this hard for me, game. Or not game. Yeah, what you mean? What, you know what I mean. So, something like that is what I would expect. But I imagine she can grow. Like, she can just grow as high as she wants. Only difference, she'd have 5 tails because she's 500 years old. 1 tail equals 100 years. Imagine if we were to ever get that as a freaking skin. Oh boy, that would be a day. But no. Like, that's more accurate right there. That's more accurate to me. Like, that's more what Yai Miko would look like to me. She'd be huge. Massive. Alright, let's get back to what we were doing. How long have I been streaming for? Oh, 3 hours? The next chapter isn't that long, so I think I could actually get that done pretty quickly. Oh. I just need to... Oh, I just noise reducted it. Did I export it? I don't think so. MP3. Then I actually do need to check it because my computer is saying I need an update. So I will check it to be sure nothing got cut out. Otherwise, that's going to fucking suck to fix. TBOIAL chapter 23. Clean. They are selling when it comes to storylines. They have so much story but aren't even executing. Exactly! Like, they should go deeper with these characters. Like, Ganyu should have, like, a lot of lore. But there's so much not known about her. And again, I think that's because they really didn't think they were going to go very far with Genshin Impact. Seeing some of their games were kind of failures, in a way. Like, I wouldn't call Honkai Impact 3rd a failure. It's basically their pay-to-win game. It's very, very pay-to-win. Because the Abyss in it requires you to have the character that's on banner. You know, you need basically everything that is currently in the game's meta to beat it. The thing about the story, though, that I like, is that they basically, they spoon-feed you, basically. You don't use the characters that you pull in the storyline. You use what they give you, which I don't like that, but I also like it at the same time, because then you don't have problems with like power level and all that shit. Yeah. All right, man, let's do a U-turn. No sudden movements. I think we fucked with the wrong nation, so let's get the f out of here. Oh, that'd be funny. But notice, I made it dark. Like, I didn't keep Ganyu as a calm being against the Fatui. She literally stepped on a person and killed them dead. She literally just whap. She's pissed. She's pissed. And you can imagine why. Her home was taken away from her. She's been through a shit ton of stress and anger, sadness, tragedy. Like, I think that's enough to really, stomp on some people and just kill them. Like, if they're threatening, it's either you or them at that point. That's how I look at it. They mean malicious intent, so you do what you gotta do. But I'm glad you like it, because that was a big chapter. I wanted to make it as action-packed as I possibly could, because you can easily rush chapters like this. You can easily rush them. I'm like, how do I do this without having to switch, to, like, perspectives too much? And where is it going to end and what's going to happen, Then I remembered, I'm like, oh, Ganyu can actually shift form. So can Yaemiko. That was a late idea. But I'm like, oh, that's perfect. Like, just transform into these giant mythical beasts and dead. And that is going to play into Ganyu's... it's going to play into how they're going to beat the Tsaritsa. I think... I can do one more chapter. I don't think that's too bad. But that was one of the biggest chapters in the story. By far. Like, come on, Hoyoverse. You've got half Adeptus beings, for fuck's sake. Make them bigger. Make them huge. I know Ganyu's got, like, a gentle soul, but hell, in this, she loses everything, so I made her basically forget the gentleness and just basically do what you gotta do to survive. Forget about your, what's the word I'm looking for? Your preferences, like your priorities. Just kill. Because she absolutely deserves to put them in their place. Whew, it's on here. Okay, hopefully I've got enough space. I should. That's why I export in MP3, because MP3 is not a very heavy, like, space quality of audio. It works perfectly, but yeah, I need space on my drive because I don't really have much space left. I want to actually check it first. I need to see if there's any abnormal things going on. Because that happened in Discord Stall. It's happened in a few other things as well. Like, the finished product of Day Zero has some stuff missing from it. But that's because there was so many tracks going on. Like, I can understand why something would, like, get rendered wrongly in that one. Regardless, I think it sounded amazing. Like, I went the whole 9 yards with Ganyu's lore. I didn't basically, like, make it mild and stick to, like, what Genshin allows. No, I went full-blown out of the water. I gave her the Qilin form. I made her more realistic, like, in a way where, I could give her a backstory that would make her into who she actually is after Liyue Harbor is destroyed in the story. She becomes less timid and, like, the Ganyu in the actual game, and becomes more like a independent and very, like, confident person. Well, nothing looks abnormal, so that's a good sign. That got cut down quite a bit. I'm not seeing anything abnormal. What's this?
That was all that was on their minds.
Yep, that's normal. What's this?
of thunderclouds begin to form above her.
Okay, hang on.
Fears now at rest in her mind. She was ready to face the Sarita's creations once again. Time to go to work. She finished, starting for the south end of the city as she saw a group of thunderclouds begin to form above her.
Yep, that's normal. That's normal. Where does it go to?
As planned?
Yep, that's right. That's right. Just want to be absolutely sure. Okay, nothing looks abnormal so far. Good. Very good. Because I know when the PC needs updates, it tends to be a little bit of a deceptive fuck. Alright, good. I don't see anything wrong. Wow, we went from an hour and, what was it? Like an hour and 20 minutes to 49 minutes. Wow, that's not that bad at all. That's actually pretty good. Alright, how much space are you going to take up? Yeah, I think I could do the other chapter. The other chapter's only like, what, 38 minutes long? So that would probably cut down to, I'd have to guess, maybe 20 minutes. Something like that. Like, one thing I want to do in terms of when they beat the Sarita is kind of do a cadence and like Shining Armor thing. Like how their love had enough to overcome Chrysalis. I don't want it to be cheesy. But I want it to be something like that. Like they combine their powers or something like that. And in the later chapters, it kind of starts to become something like that. Like their bond grows so strong that they can share like powers with one another. Like that to me is like the biggest form of love right there. Like when you can actually you combine your like strengths together to create something even stronger. That's amazing to me. That's not cheesy to me. I think that's cool. Let's see, 14.05. I should be fine. Hopefully. Alright. Now let's do the other one. This shouldn't take that long. This is a short chapter. Import audio. Whew, it's hot in here. I need a drink. 24. Okay, this will be the last one. For the part, anyway. Okay, I use the bathroom, and I need a drink. My mom's in the bathroom, so I gotta wait. That's really what I was going to suggest. Sharing elements is such a cool concept in the world of Genshin. Yeah. Because basically, well, if you want to be, literal about it, like Kuching and Ganyu basically combined together would create superconduct, which basically that's the reaction that lowers physical resistance, I believe. No, it boosts physical damage, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, which is probably one of the worst reactions in the game, if I'm being completely honest, because physical really isn't a thing in Genshin Impact anymore, unless you do use Eula still. Like, yeah, sad, but like Navia brought freaking Geo back to the map. I enjoy using her so much on my second account. She's so much fun. Like, all you have to do, you push E, you pick up shards, you push Q, you push E again, and kill everything. So much fun. Like, it's stupid fun. Like, when I played her trial, because the trial is usually what sells it for me. When I played her trial, I had so much fun. I'm like, oh, this character is fun. Like, she wasn't anything that I was expecting her to be. I thought she was going to be, something along the lines of Ito, where she requires, like, Geo, like, resonance and Geo support. Like, the more Geo characters in your party, the better. Total opposite. The more characters you have of other elements in your party, I think it's Electro, Hydro, and Pyro, if I'm not mistaken. The more characters you have of those elements, the higher her attack goes, which I think is a humongous fix. Because Geo, I'm sorry, but it's one of the worst freaking elements in the game. Because it's just, I don't know how to explain it. It's just weak. In comparison to Melt or Vaporize, yeah. Like if they made Crystallize, like if they made the Crystallized shield, something like this. When the shield is up, every time you take a hit, it deals a certain percentage of the damage back as a reflective hit. Like, reflective damage, basically. Like, I think that would fix Crystallize so much, because it would not only deal damage, it would give you a shield, and it would make it, feasible to have a Geo character. Like, you deal damage back into their face. Yeah, that'd be nice. Like, even if it's only like 30% of the hit that you took, that's still nice. Reflective damage would be really fun. Okay, I gotta use the bathroom. It's not only that, but the Saritsa also is a mysterious character, because we know nothing about her except that she isn't, like, in game, she is not someone who pertains to the gods. She's a lot like Kuching, honestly. Kuching doesn't like the gods because they interfere with human-like affairs. So Saritsa doesn't like the gods. So the fact that I get to just play with her however I wish, yeah. I could see her being this way too. I could see her doing mass genocide on nations to basically create the world in her vision. I can see that. Like, I have no clue how in the world we are going to befriend the person who has been trying to fucking kill us for how many fucking years? At that point, it'll be, let's see, now it would be year 4. Then from there, what am I missing? I'm missing an element. I'm missing a fucking element. I know I am. That one's Pyro. Then Snezhnaya? No way. So, there's 2 years, anyway. And Conria, I think, will be the last one. I think Conria is going to be the last one, or it'll be Celestial. One of the two. Because that's got to be how the game ends. Either that or the Abyss, because of the fact that's where our sibling is. Like, I've just kept the siblings completely out of this story because I really don't give a shit about them. I really do not care about them. I love Lumine, but I don't care. If they made the whole what's the word, like, story with the two siblings that are separated more, like, what's the word I'm looking for, more like spotlighted, I guess, then we'd care more about that shit. But no, now it's basically the traveler goes to one nation to solve their affairs and learn information. Sometimes getting freaking curb stomped like freaking Zhongli did, or getting a lot of information like Nahida did. And Fontaine was a whole different matter. I won't spoil because that's one of the best quests in the game, if probably the best in my opinion, but yeah. But yeah, this is a fun story to write because there's a lot of open room to do whatever the fuck I want.
It had been 2 weeks since the battle against the Saritsa's forces, and in that time, much had happened after Ganyu had passed out in Kuching's arms from both against the Saritsa's forces, and in that time, much.
Oh, no. Let's go something like this.
Battle against the Saritsa's forces, and in that time, much had happened after Ganyu had passed out in Kuching's arms from both pain and exhaustion of fighting non-stop since after sunset that battle against the Saritsa's forces, and in that time, much had happened after Ganyu had passed out in Kuching's arms from both pain and exhaustion of
That's a little bit of a plosive.
And exhaustion of fighting non-stop since after sunset that night. Ever since from both pain.
Right there. EQ. Right there. It's kind of weird that you can play Lumine even though she already crossed the world once. I've never understood that. That is just preference. That's just preference. Either way, it's the same exact story. Like, I already think I know where the story is going. Like, I'll be completely honest. Not with the nations and shit like that, but with the twins. Like, I truly believe that, in my case, Ether is brainwashed, pretty much. Like, he's brainwashed. He's been led by lies. It's a very common trope in stories and shit like that. Like, join us and we promise that you'll, have a better world or something like that. It says the Abyss, but in the end they're going to betray him and they're going to say, ha ha ha, we just used you for your fucking power. Now take this. And then the twins are going to unite and kill them, pretty much. But as far as Dainsleif goes, that's a mixed bag. Because ever since, oh god, which one was that? That was the Abyss, not the Abyss, the Chasm. Ever since the Chasm quest, the Dainsleif Chasm quest, he has seemed to be slowly dwindling away, like he's dying. But he's immortal, which doesn't make any sense, but I don't know. But yeah, this whole tagline with, like, the Conrian people being the people of the Abyss and stuff, I think that's a dead fucking lie. I think that's a dead fucking lie. Even though it was proven in Caliber, I think Caliber, something like that. The kid who had transformed into a Hilitroll after Conria was cursed by Celestia. Yeah, so that has been proven true. But the Abyss? Hilitrolls aren't Abyss creatures. They are basic creatures. The Abyss is like Abyss mages, Abyss heralds, and all that shit. I don't think they're creatures. of the Abyss. I don't. Even though in that quest, it seemed like was it the Black Serpent Knights? Yeah. The Black Serpent Knights kind of resembled the Abyss a little bit, but I don't know. It's really hard to tell, but I do truly think that Aether's brainwashed completely, and that it's going to end just like that. Now, in terms of going to Conria, I think that is going to be a thing, because we need to find secrets. We need to figure out what the happened. What's the truth? Celestia, I'm not sure if that's going to be a thing. But all of this is leading up to us ascending to Celestia. That's definitely a yes. We are definitely being led to turn into a god and ascend to Celestia. Because if you remember correct, at the beginning of the game, we have like godly powers. Like we're already a god. Then we get nerfed by the unknown god and we lose all of our power. So slowly but surely, we are basically recollecting all that power and learning like everything that happened. It's a basic like recollection of memories and everything, all that shit. It's basically a trial, and that's what Genshin means, trial.
Ching's arms from both pain and exhaustion of Ching's arms from both
Hang on.
Ching's arms from both pain and exhaustion of fighting non-stop since after sunset that night. Ever since she'd been in a deep slumber. Ever since she'd been in a deep slumber, and her beloved had been eagerly awaking for. And her.
I just thought you liked the story.
And her beloved had been eagerly awaiting for her to open her eyes. She'd checked in on her every single day, but after 3 days, she knew she had to seek aid beyond Inazuma. Yelan still had not returned, so she had decided to work on finding another way back to Mondstadt, knowing the very person who had healed her wounds could bring her love back to full health. At most, she knew could bring her love back to full health. At most, she knew Ganyu wasn't dead, having remembered that Qilin were very famous for sleeping rapidly and figuring that that was the cause of the elongated slumber. Nevertheless, Keqing had stayed by Ganyu's side in comfort and worry, while also taking time to decide what was next for Inazuma. The damage to Inazuma City had been devastating, but with the efforts of the people of the land and hope, she knew that the Land of Eternity would recover from its battle scars over time. She felt bad just leaving Ayaka and the others to fend for themselves, but they all understood that she needed to move on to. But they all understood that she.
That back. Okay, let me save. Just to be careful.
But they all understood that she needed to move on to the night. But they all understood that she. But they all understood that she needed to move on to the next nation and its people. Seeing Mondstadt was the best place to go, knowing it was where Yelan had left for and was the place she. Knowing it was where Yelan had left for and was the place that could get Ganyu's. Seeing Mondstadt was the best place to go, knowing it was where Yelan had left for and was the place that could get Ganyu's condition better, that was her next destination in mind. She had submitted a request to the dockhand. And after a long 3 days, And after a long 3 days, Keqing had found her ride back to Mondstadt. After some last goodbyes and wishing Ayaka, Raiden, and Yai the best in rebuilding their homeland, she boarded the ship with Ganyu and began her way back to the portion of Teyvat she knew best. The way back had been a very turbulent one, but after passing the storm barrier yet again, the rest of the tread had been very calm and steady. She'd arrived at the shores of Falcon Coast. She'd arrived at the shores. She'd arrived at the shores of Falcon Coast in no more than 15 hours after leaving Inazuma's zone, and upon departing the ship, had carried her comatose beloved all the way to the inner walls of Mondstadt.
I just talked to Judith, and she said that he could take a second round of that present on the
Lost in ones and zeros.
Mondstadt. However, she'd nearly lost her hold upon seeing the state of the... However, she'd nearly lost her hold upon seeing the state of the city's buildings, charred and stained with gunpowder. A very familiar sight she'd become traumatized with after the night she'd nearly lost almost everything. After the night she'd literally almost lost everything. However, she'd become less sick almost everything. After the night...
See if that might work.
I'm traumatized with after the night she'd literally almost lost every... I'm traumatized with after the night...
Let's go like this. See if that might work.
Traumatized with after the night she'd literally almost lost. Traumatized with after the night she'd literally almost lost everything. Traumatized with after the night. Traumatized with...
Oh, this is gonna be tricky. This is gonna be tricky. Just go something like that. See if that might work.
Traumatized with after the night she'd literally almost lost everything.
That works.
However, she'd become...
It's gonna hurt traveling all around Tevat and trying but to Novel to save the other nations, only to come back to your home and see it absolutely demolished. And you said that I can't see it because the stupid heart symbol's in the way, and you saw the destruction yourself. Yeah, it's a tough battle. That's what I mean. It's very taxing on Ganyu and Kuching. Like not just Ganyu and Kuching, but Yelan as well. Like those three lost their home, and basically now they're like just trying their hardest to come up with everything they possibly can to stop Saritsa from winning. Taxing.
Traumatized with after the night she'd literally almost lost everything. However, she'd become less sick to her stomach upon seeing that life still existed within Mondstadt's tall concrete walls that acted as shields. She'd met up with her familiar allies not long after, and while nestling a cup of tea in her hands, had been filled in on what had occurred only less than a week prior. The only...
Hang on. I think I need to do this first. Control A, Control R. No. God damn it. Control C. What did I do? Oh, this. Okay, I need to go Control A. No, I need to do this first. Why didn't I just do this at first? Control A, Control R. It's like fighting a losing battle, basically. But you still got to try, because it's kind of your duty as a citizen of the nations, or not of the nations, but the world, I would say. Because you don't want to happen to them what happened to you. You don't want to see it repeat. So you want to save them and the rest of the world from, just destruction. I thought stopping on this chapter would be bad, but it's actually a really good cliffhanger. And I think the place that I chose, the name that I chose for where we're going next, is a perfect name for, based on, you know, who it involves. Chapter 23 is definitely going to be the one that's going to be the biggie. That's going to be the big one to mix. Holy crap. But we'll get there. It's a great cliffhanger, I agree. Have you read the fanfiction version? Let's see, where am I?
Lost everything. However, she'd become less sick to her stomach upon seeing that life still existed within Mondstadt's tall concrete walls that acted as shields. She'd met up with her familiar allies not long after, and while nestling a cup of tea in her hands, had been filled in on what had occurred only less than a week prior. The only ally she hadn't met with was Yelan, to which she had been informed that said comrade had taken her leave with the Animo Archon and his dragon Dvalin to Fontaine the day before. She apparently had a plan in mind, and needed to go and hopefully recruit some additional
Like, I'll be honest, I didn't expect to add Yelan to this. But she kind of fits. Because she's clever. She's like a very clever, like, very, what's the word? Quick-witted kind of character.
She apparently had a plan in mind, and needed to go and hopefully recruit some additional allies. Upon the very mention of the God of Freedom and his elemental Drake, Kuching had been surprised and relieved. She knew that the Tsaritsa had not only failed to capture 2 Archons now, but also saw that there was hope, seeing that Mondstadt had not fallen to the attack by the androids. That gave her a boost of confidence that made her feel that, despite how much damage Inazuma had taken, it was possible for these nations to fight back and not become another Liyue Harbor. However, the discovery that elemental power possessed by Dvalin had not benefited the androids was the cherry on top of the cake, seeing when they'd eventually face the Tsaritsa, they'd need some kind of advantage. The battle for Inazuma's survival had been a battle of machines, mortals, and divine strength. The battle with the Cryo Archon would be advantage. The battle for Inazuma's survival had been a battle of machines, mortals, and divine strength. The battle with the Cryo Archon would be one of a goddess, machines, and mortals. That is a whole different battle entirely, and they'd barely managed victory in Inazuma. That is a whole different battle entirely, and they'd barely managed victory in Inazuma. Had it not been for the fact that Yae, Ganyu, and the yokai had had the power to demolish warships to scrap metal, the outcome for Inazuma's fate would have likely been different, and that was the clear truth that Kuching knew full well. However, she also knew that they had won, and thanks to the combined efforts and strengths of Inazuma's people, divine
Hold that back.
they had won. And thanks to the combined efforts and strengths of Inazuma's people, divine beings, and their matriarch, the outcome had been
Okay, let's see. The outcome. Excuse me.
The outcome had been a clear message to the Tsaritsa that they were far from defeated. The outcome had been a clear message to the Tsaritsa that they were far from defeated. And that was the real truth. As for her beloved, upon arriving at the cathedral with Ganyu in her arms, Jean had ordered Barbara to prepare for another healing session. The damage that her partner had taken was worse than she thought, the impact from the hit having fractured her entire left set of ribs and bruised her lung on the same side. However, Barbara had stated that a good amount of the damage had all... However,
This was a tricky line. Looks like I retook it again.
However, Barbara had stated that a good amount of the damage she had taken had already been healed, but not entirely. That had been enough confirmation for Kuching
What is that clicking in the background?
had already been healed, but not entirely. That had been enough healed, but not entirely. That had been enough confirmation for Kuching that Ganyu's overly extended slumber had been caused by her Qilin traits. The practical coma. That had been enough confirmation for Kuching that Ganyu's overly extended slumber had been caused by her Qilin traits. The practical coma being one's way of healing their injuries.
And I think that actually is a true thing about the mythology of the creatures.
However, Kuching had still gone through with allowing Barbara to speed up the healing, but even with a full recovery, Ganyu still had remained asleep. To say the fact her beloved had not opened her eyes and scared the living hell out of her...
Oh.
To say that the fact her beloved had not opened her eyes had scared the living hell out of her was an To say that the fact her beloved had not opened her eyes...
Hold that back.
To say that the fact her beloved had not opened her eyes and had scared the living hell out of Kuching was an understatement. But after some reassurance from Barbara, she had calmed down. There were still signs of life in Ganyu's body, showing that she clearly wasn't dead, so she had just decided to allow nature to take its course and rest up for the following day. That day was today, and now she sits anxiously beside her slumbering partner, resting a steaming cup of coffee in her lap. The sight somewhat sickens her, but deep down, she knows that Ganyu isn't one to fall to something like a giant fire-coated cannonball. She's a veteran of the bloodiest war in the history of Teyvat with ancient knowledge and skin as tough as leather. There's absolutely no way a petty attack like that would subdue her. Would it? Her conflicting thoughts were interrupted by the intrusion of a familiar wish. Her conflicting thoughts were interrupted by the intrusion of a familiar witch she'd met the day prior, walking towards her with steady steps and stopping just off to the side of her. Usually if one is this troubled over the state of...
It's like a less sassy Yaimiko.
Usually, if one is this troubled over the state of one's health, it's a case of love. The voice of Mona Magistus spoke, causing Kuching to gasp. The voice of Mona Magistus spoke, causing Kuching to gasp in surprise. However, Mona acted quick to show Kuching that she meant...
What is that noise? I'm not clicking anything, so I don't know what that noise is. It's got to be something like my chair or something. I don't know. I didn't hear this. If that's my mouth, good God.
Rise. However, Mona acted quick to show Kuching that she meant no offense. Oh, please, do not take it as me teasing or belittling you.
Again, another fun character to voice act, because Mona's kind of sassy herself, but not Yaimiko sassy. Not even close. Not even close.
Offense. Oh, please, do not take it as me teasing or belittling you, Miss Kuching, she assured. I have no intention of judging you or anyone. My previous comment was only me being observant while thinking out loud. So, I do apologize.
It had to be something outside or something. I don't know what the fuck that noise is.
My previous comment was only me being observant while thinking out loud. So, I do apologize if I caused you any accidental offense. Kuching sighed heavily in relief, giving Mona assurance that she could join her on the elongated bench. She walked around and took a seat next to her troubled occupant, beginning She walked around and took a seat next to her troubled occupant, beginning to address her reason for coming here. Allow me to... Beginning to address her reason for coming here. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Mona Magistus. Mona started. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Magistus.
Oh, I think I know what it might be. It might have been my headphones. Like this sound. My headphones sometimes tend to be a bitch. There's not really much I can do about that, so.
Beginning to address her reason for coming here. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Magistus. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Magistus.
I like the first take better. She's troubled, so she ain't gonna be talking normal.
Kuching replied in kind. Oh, just Mona is fine. Mona assured. Now, allow me to ease your troubles by assuring you that Miss Ganyu...
Hang on.
Just Mona is fine.
Right there.
Mona assured.
Stop!
Oh, just Mona is fine. Mona assured. Now, allow me to ease your troubles by assuring you that Miss Ganyu is going to be just fine. Kuching jumped at that, having not expected those words to come out of Mona's mouth. How can you be so sure? Kuching asked in mild shock. Well, let's just say that, right now, your partner is going through something very important in her slumber. As an astrologist, I have the ability to read people's destinies and fates through the use of hydromancy, and just as a precautionary act, Jean requested me to do a reading to determine Miss Ganyu's current condition. And what did you see? Kuching questioned with a hint of anxiety. Well, I saw many things. Things that pertain to the near future. But most importantly, they were things that only she could understand and tread correctly. To put it into a simple way that you'll understand, the one you love is experiencing what is known. The one you love is experiencing what is known as internal. The one you love is experiencing what.
It's right here, right?
The one you.
Yes.
The one you love is experiencing what is known as an internal epiphany, a psychological phenomenon that only occurs when the host is at a point in their life where they must realize something specific to them only. It's something that only occurs so often in one's life, and is very important to experience. Kuching took a moment to think about what Mona had just stated, having no doubt that she...
I had to open my headphones. I think it was this making, like, moving around, making noise, because my jaw moves it around a little bit.
Kuching took a moment to think about what Mona had just stated, having no doubt that Kuching took a moment to think about what Mona had just stated, having no doubt that she wasn't lying to make her feel better. The timing fell perfect for such an event to occur. Fuck off! The timing fell perfect for such an event to occur, even if she couldn't make a single hint out of what an internal epiphany was at all. If she had to guess, she'd assume it was something similar to when one receives a vision from the gods, a moment that changes one's life for the remainder of their existence. Not to mention that her beloved had morphed into her Not to mention that her beloved had morphed into her Qilin form for the first time in centuries, so it could have caused some sort of internal awakening. Any other way? Kuching knew the simple answer to what Mona was telling her was that she needed to allow Ganyu to... Was that she needed to allow Ganyu to complete her mental trial. Was that she... was telling her was that she needed to allow Ganyu to complete her mental trial. I think I see what you're saying now, and I'm willing to allow... I think I see what you're saying now, and I'm willing to allow this epiphany thing to run its course. However, I must ask one thing, seeing time is not on our side. You want to know how long this will take. You want to know how long this will take.
That's more Mona.
You want to know how long this will take. Mona assumed, knowing she was right. Kuching confirmed her guess correct with a simple nod of her head, to which Mona did her... Kuching confirmed...
Okay. Time has changed everything we were. The righteous don't shoot the messenger.
Kuching confirmed her guess correct with a simple nod of her head, to which Mona did her best to give her an answer. Considering my own phenomenon took 4 weeks, I'm afraid there's no telling how long it'll be before she opens her eyes as a whole new person. Mona explained. These trials are directly connected to whoever controls the flow of time.
Trophy.
Explained. These trials are directly connected to whoever controls the flow of time and fate. So I'm afraid only they could give that actual answer. However, I will say... I'm afraid only they could give the actual answer. However, I will say that while it feels time is against you right now, nothing can alter the course of fate and destiny. So if Miss Ganyu's fate is to finish her epiphany in whatever amount of time it will take, then it cannot be changed. So, you're saying that, despite how long it'll take for Ganyu to open her eyes, it will not make a difference in how the outcome in our war with the Tsaritsa will play out? That's exactly what I'm saying, Miss Kuching. So please, do take some time away from the cathedral to get to Millennial. You look dreadful and need to get back into working condition. Otherwise, if those monsters attack us again, you won't be able to even defend yourself.
That was kind of rarity for a minute. So please, darling, do take some time to get better. So please, darling, take some time to go get yourself something to eat and put some makeup on. You look dreadful. Oh, God.
So please, do take some time away from the cathedral to get to Millennial. You look dreadful and need to get back into working condition. Otherwise, if those monsters attack us again, you won't be able to even defend yourself. Kuching jumped at the words, having not even realized that she was starving and dreadfully tired after the endless fight back in Inazuma. It all came to her in a sudden onslaught, and to conclude her unexpected meeting with Mona, she simply got to her feet and said one thing to her new friend. You're right, Mona. Thank you for your advice and reassurance that Ganyu was safe from harm. Thank you for your advice and assurance that Ganyu is safe from harm.
That's more coaching.
You're right, Mona. Thank you for your advice and assurance that Ganyu is safe from harm. Oh, it's no big deal. It's no big deal. Mona responded.
Bring that back.
Oh, it's no big deal. Mona responded. The old hag had the same talk with me before.
Bring that out.
Responded. The old hag had the same talk with me before, and I was tired of seeing you fret over nothing. Kuching smiled brightly, then started for the cathedral's exit, leaving Mona and Ganyu.
Bring that back.
Kuching smiled brightly, then started for the
Rarity's posh accent is so trippy. It's British, but not British at the same time. It's just fancy talk. Think of it that way. It's a fancy way of speaking. I love it.
Kuching smiled brightly, then started for the cathedral's exit, leaving Mona and Ganyu alone in the massive abode dedicated to the animal god. She'd return whenever her beloved opened her beautiful eyes again. When that would be was up to fate alone. Something she kept in mind as she heard the massive church door close behind her with a massive...
I almost said it wrong.
Something she kept in mind as she heard the massive church door close behind her with a loud thud.
Okay.
Pause.
Let's just do something like, maybe that. That'll work.
3 weeks later.
Okay. Yeah, bring that back. About right there.
3 weeks later. Over the time that Kuching had awaited her beloved's awakening, she'd taken residency in Dawn Winery. Diluc had given her the offer after Yelan had returned and discussed the new plan she had in mind, seeing Mondstadt was still in a state of repair before anyone could properly live humanely in their homes yet again. Therefore, until the repairs were done, Mondstadt was literally a place that was... Mondstadt was literally a place that was... Mondstadt was literally a place that was currently impossible to live in, so Kuching had no better choice. She'd assisted in helping to repair the buildings as fast as she could, while also preparing for whatever was next in the journey to put the Sarita 6 feet deep. Yelan had traveled to both Sumeru and Fontaine to relay the news of what had happened in Mondstadt, Venti, a literal god and one of the 7, being her perfect witness to assure...
Okay, that needs to have more space.
Mondstadt, Venti, a literal...
Okay. Around that. About right there, I'd say.
And in Mondstadt, Venti, a literal god and one of the 7, being her perfect witness to assure she wasn't making up nonsense. If the god of wind hadn't been enough, the second witness had to be an elemental dragon as old as Tevat itself. If the god of wind hadn't been enough, the second witness had to be an elemental dragon as old as Tevat itself that had witnessed the Archon War and beyond. Less to say, their cases had been accepted as truth without any bit of disbelief, and that had led to something like what Kuching and Ganyu had faced in Inazuma. The god of Dendro and Hydro had taken the initiative to bring the androids out into the open by fighting the same way that Ganyu, Kuching, and Ayaka had in Inazuma, without the use of visions and elemental power. However,
That was a plosive. Right there. EQ. Boom. Okay, let's see if that helps.
and elemental power. However, an exception had been made with elemental dragons' powers, given that they could attack without any restrictions. The Dendro Dragon, Apep, had not been persuaded
Hang on.
restrictions. The Dendro Dragon, Apep, had not been
That's definitely a plosive. Control R.
Dendro Dragon, Apep, had not been persuaded so easily, having deep hatred for the Dendro Archon, but upon having deep hatred for
Easy there.
the Dendro Archon, but upon the mention that she too was a target and would never stop being hunted, only then did she agree to assist. As for the Hydro Dragon, Yelan had been met with a surprise. The beast appeared in the form of a regular person, but had decided to reveal his true identity. But I decided to reveal his true identity upon hearing the severity of the situation. His name was Novulette, and it was clear that he cared greatly for the safety of Fontaine's people. As for the Archon, Yelan had been met with another surprise upon hearing that no matriarch existed in the nation of Justice. Yelan had been met with another surprise upon hearing that the no matriarch existed in the nation of Justice. Hurry it up.
Alright, get that out. About right there.
Nation of justice. The only person who could count as anything close to a god stature and power was the Hydro Dragon Sovereign, so that was the only person Yelan associated with during her time in Fontaine. Just like in Inazuma, using clever tactics to drive them out of hiding, the androids had been exposed and terminated instantly. This time, the nations and their people had the element of surprise, and had shut down the Saritsa's operation before it could commence. However, the attacks would never truly stop until the Cryo Archon was dead. However, the attacks would never truly stop until the Cryo Archon was dead. And Yelan, however, the attacks would never truly stop until the Cryo Archon. However, the attacks would never truly stop until the Cryo Archon was dead, and Yelan had made sure to make that clear before leaving Fontaine and Sumeru. They would have to keep fighting for themselves.
Take some of that out.
Fontaine and Sumeru. They would have to keep fighting for themselves until she and her comrades entered Snezhnaya to put an end to the chaos once and for all. That day would surely come in little time, but there was still some things left to do, and it wasn't just awaiting Ganyu's return to reality. However, one thing was absolutely certain. They had put a roadblock in the Saritsa's motives. Excuse me.
Get that out. Yeah, I think that's my headphones that you can hear. Which is kind of weird, but not my first abnormal thing I've done recording. Save. Is my music done? Or no?
Motives. The nations and their archons were now aware of the androids and their weaknesses.
They have the high ground.
A roadblock in the Saritsa's motives. The nations and their archons were now aware of the androids and their weaknesses, so they officially had the upper hand on the Cryo Archon. Another disaster like Liyue Harbor wouldn't occur anytime soon, and that was a huge checkmate in this current war. Their efforts had paid off, seeing there had been no mention of Fatui-related attacks in the entire time that Kuching had been staying at the winery. However, that also had drawn a sense of unease, seeing, based on the recordings Yelan
Oh. Wait, what? I think my dad's calling me. What?
We just needed this sloppy Joe stuff. Do you want one now while it's warm?
No. I'm working. Nope. Gotta get this done first.
of unease, saying, based on the recordings, Yale seeing
something like that.
Unease, saying, based on the recordings, Yelan, Kuching, unease, saying, based on the recordings, Yelan, Kuching, and Ganyu had witnessed, it wasn't within the Saritsa's nature to be so quiet. She was more likely to throw more soldiers into the capitals of Teyvat in hopes of a sneak attack. So the fact that there had been no attacks for nearly 4 weeks meant one thing. She was taking time to rethink her tactics.
Gotta get that out.
Tevat in hopes of a sneak attack. So the fact that there had been no attacks for nearly 4 weeks meant one thing. She was taking time to rethink her tactics to achieve her goal of victory. A scary thought. A scary thought, but also an inevitable conclusion after 3 losses. A scary thought, but also an inevitable conclusion after 3 losses. Ganyu, Kuching, and Yelan had checkmate for now in this chaotic and bloody game of chess, but it wouldn't be long before the Cryo Archon would make her countermove. The ultimate question was when she would, though, and what would be her new tactic of regaining control. And what would be her new tactic of regaining control over the chessboard? You seem tense, Miss Kuching. No, you seem tight. You seem quite tense, Miss Kuching. You seem quite tense, Miss Kuching. A familiar voice interrupted her thoughts. D-Luke had joined her at the table, taking a seat and accompanying her. I've got a lot on my mind, she replied, picking up her...
What is that in the background?
Accompanying her. I've got a lot on my mind.
Nope. See if that might work.
Accompanying her. I've got a lot on my mind, she replied, picking up her coffee cup and taking a small sip in hopes of... She replied, picking up her coffee cup and taking a small sip in hopes of calming her dancing nerves. Picking up her coffee cup and taking a small sip in hopes of calming her dancing nerves. It's been nearly a month since the attacks, and it's just been too quiet for comfort.
What is that fucking noise in the background?
Nerves. It's been nearly a month since the attacks, and it's just been too quiet for comfort. I agree, but don't worry. I have eyes in Snezhnaya right now to assure the Tsaritsa can't sneak in an unexpected attack. D-Luke assured. I made expected attack. D-Luke assured. I made a promise to assure.
The hell is that in the background? I might have to redo that. How long does this go on for? God. Okay, it mellows out here pretty quick. We'll see how the noise gate handles it.
D-Luke assured. I made a promise to assure that another disaster like your old home wouldn't happen again, and I intend to keep it. Kuching took a...
Did you go away? Base trap?
Happen again. Happen again. Happen again, and I intend to keep it. Kuching took another sip of her practical energy drink that...
If this asshole freaking messed me up, I'm going to fucking lose it.
Happen again, and I intend to keep it. Kuching took another sip of her...
Something like that.
Keep it. Kuching took another sip of her practical energy drink, then rested her cup on her provided coaster. If I may ask... Coaster. If I may ask...
About right there, I'd say.
Coaster. If I may ask, what exactly has been happening in the cryo capital ever since Mine and Ganyu's victory in Inazuma? She questioned. I'd like to know just so I can rest my worries. No. I'd like to know. I'd like to know. I'd like to know just so that I can rest my worries. I'd like to know. Nope, that was Slava. I'd like to. I'd like to know, just so I can rest my worries, that another Leeway Harbor isn't going to happen out of nowhere. God fucking damn it. I'd like to know, just so I can rest my worries, that another Leeway Harbor is going to happen out of nowhere. Well, of course. My worries that another Leeway Harbor isn't going to happen out of nowhere.
That's fine.
God fucking damn it. I'd like to know, just so I can... Well, of course. My contacts have been keeping an eye out for activity in specific areas in Shiznaya. The docks, the Sarita's palace, and any of the areas that are connected isn't going to happen out of nowhere. Well, of course. My contacts have been keeping an eye out for activity in specific areas in Shiznaya. The docks, the Sarita's palace, and any of the areas that are connected to Fatui's sources. Less to say, there's been at any of the areas that are connected to Fatui's sources. Less to say, there's been no activity whatsoever, meaning it's likely that the Cryo Archon is doing something that involves countering our position in this war. In other words, she's contacted every one of her Fatui harbingers and is desperate for a solution to her inability to make any progress. A frightening motion that can potentially lead us to no longer having any advantages. But as long as we keep our shields up and remain agile, we should be able to maintain our hold on any of the Sarita's. No, we should be able to maintain any. We should be able to maintain our hold on any of the Sarita's future tactics. Kuching nodded in agreement.
Get that out.
Kuching nodded in agreement, following with her own hypothesis on what may be occurring within the palace. If I had to take a guess, she's probably trying to find a way to absorb the energy of the elemental dragons. What the fuck was that?
Elemental dragons!
If I had to take a guess, she's probably trying to... If I had to take a guess, she's probably trying to find a way to absorb the energy of the elemental dragons. That's our biggest advantage and weapon right now. And... Fuck you. That's our biggest advantage and weapon right now. And given we found a way to fight her without the use of a vision. She's resorted to the next best option. How one can even find a way to absorb a dragon's energy is beyond me. But if she's that desperate, I can see her doing reckless tactics to gain the lead in this race. I can see her going to reckless tactics to regain.
I can see her.
But if she's that desperate, I can see her doing reckless tactics to gain the lead in this race.
Stop.
But if she's that desperate, I can see her going to reckless tactics to regain the lead in this race. To obtain that type of knowledge, she'd have to capture a dragon first, and that's impossible.
Hold that back. Well, if you've read the posts on my channel, I've been dealing with something called pseudo gout as of late, and yeah, it's not fun stuff. It really sucks. To put it into a way that's easy to understand, it's like kidney stones, but it's also it doesn't go to your urine tract. Basically, what happens is I had too much uric acid in my system, and basically it didn't go through my kidneys the right way, and some of it got loose and had to circulate elsewhere. That place was my toe. It hardened, turned into like little crystal shards, and formed around my joint. And yeah, now, and it basically built up until I went to the hospital and finally got the right medication to do it. So yeah, still sore, but slowly but surely we're getting better.
To obtain that type of knowledge, she'd have to capture a dragon first, and that's impossible. D-Luke analyzed. She may be a god, but a dragon is far more powerful than a matriarch. So to even come close to finding a solution as such, it'd likely take centuries. Given she's drawn all of her harbingers...
Jesus Christ. Okay, pull that back to about right there.
It's for your room.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'll just keep cupcakes, basically.
Given she's drawn all of her harbingers...
It literally came from nowhere.
Takes centuries. Given she's drawn all of her harbingers and Fatui soldiers into the palace, I know exactly what she's up to. She's using them as protection, saying that right now would be the perfect time to attack and end her life. Kuching's eyes bulged instantly. D-Luke had hit the nail right on the head. She wasn't making plans with her most elite forces, but using them as security to assure her... Hit the nail right on the head. She wasn't making plans with her most elite forces, but using them as security to assure her... But using them as security to assure her safety and... But using them as security to assure her safety in this time of desperation to find an answer to regain... My God. But using them as security to assure her safety in this time of desperation... But using them as security to assure her safety in this time of desperation to find an answer to regain the high ground in this war. I hate this line. But using them as security to assure her safety in this time of desperation to find an answer...
Ay, caramba.
But using them as security to assure her safety in this time of desperation to find an answer to regain the high ground in this war.
Jesus.
Gods above! You're right! Kuching agreed with assurance. It all makes sense, because this would be the perfect time to attack her.
Sophie.
It all makes sense, because this would be the perfect time to attack her. We know how to fight and defeat her forces, so she's gone to the extremes to protect herself. Correct. No, correct. So she's... And defeat her forces, so she's gone to the extreme to protect herself. Correct. No, correct. D-Luke answered with a nod. Correct. D-Luke answered with a nod. Now, let me ask you this. Is it the right move to attack and infiltrate the palace? Kuching paused to think, but it didn't take long for her to come to a conclusion. As the former Yu-Hung of Liyue Harbor, she knew a thing or two about how to read your enemies. No. She answered simply. And why shouldn't we? No. She answered simply. And why shouldn't we? D-Luke questioned again. Because that's D-Luke questioned again. Because that's exactly what she wants us to do. Kuching... D-Luke questioned again. Because that's exactly what she wants us to do. Kuching answered with confidence. If we attack the palace right now, it'd be the equivalent of falling into a pit full of venomous snakes. Her harbingers would be waiting for us, and that's a suicide mission. Very good, Miss Kuching. Dayluk congratulated. I'm glad you're on the same page as myself and all of our fellow comrades. I'm glad you're on the same page as myself and all of our fellow Mondstadt comrades. However, if the... I'm glad you're on the same page as myself and all of... Congratulated. I'm glad you're on the same page as myself and all of our fellow Mondstadt comrades. However, if the initiative is not to attack... However, if the initiative is not to attack the Tsaritsa at her lowest point, then what is the next move? Again, Kuching paused. However, yet again. Again, Kuching paused. However, yet again, the answer came faster than she'd expected. Just as she's built up her defenses, we must build up our own, so that when the time does come to initiate, we are on an even playing field. How long it's going to take...
Hang on. See if that might work.
Initiate. We are on an even playing field. How long it's going to take for her to attack again is unclear, but we'll be ready if we keep the high ground. Dayluk nodded with a subtle smile. The Tianquan had a great eye for the right people. Dayluk finalized. You are an excellent strategist, Miss Kuching. We are very fortunate to have you and Miss Ganyu as allies, seeing we need to play our cards perfectly if we are going to defeat an Archon.
What?
Kuching smiled at the compliment. A light blush adorning her cheeks.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Kuching smiled at the compliment, a light blush adorning her cheeks. I appreciate the compliment, Sir Dayluk. She thanked. No matter how long it'll take, that ice witch will pay for what she's done. Agreed. He stated, getting to his feet. Feel free to depart to Mondstadt whenever you wish, seeing you've been a great help in getting it back to its original state.
Stop. Let's see.
To Mondstadt whenever you wish, seeing you've been a great help in getting it back.
About right there, I'd say. Okay, let's see if that might work.
Feel free to depart to Mondstadt whenever you wish, seeing you've been a great help in getting it back to its original state. I'm also aware of your comrade's condition, but don't worry. Jean is making sure that she's okay. Thank you, Sir Dayluk. Kuching finished, Dayluk closing the conversation with a nod of his head. After ending the short talk, Dayluk walked off to carry out his own business, allowing Kuching to take time to finish her morning joe. However, in between each sip, she took a moment to just think about what she'd just discussed with Dayluk.
Back. My neurodivergent tics from being autistic with PTSD is causing me huge amounts of trouble lately. And scared the kitchen has been getting me disciplined and shouted out a lot. You gotta leave his ass. He's a piece of shit.
Sip, She took a moment to just think about what she'd just discussed with D-Luke. How long would this ceasefire last? What would be the How long would this ceasefire last? What would be the Sarita's answer to her current struggle? How long would this war last? All questions that, just like Ganyu's current predicament, only fate itself could answer. Answers that could possibly take centuries to surface. A long hour had passed by the time Kuching had concluded her daily intake of coffee, having placed the empty cup back on the coaster and gotten to her feet to start her trip back to Mondstadt.
Let's see. Oh, where did that go?
Having placed the empty cup back on the coaster and gotten to her feet to start her trip back to Mondstadt. However, upon stepping out of the building, placed the empty cup back on the coaster and gotten back to her feet to start her trip back to Mondstadt. However, upon stepping out of the building, she'd been met by an unexpected face. Yelan having been on a steady walk towards the entrance prior to her exit from the winery. Yelan having been on a steady walk towards the entrance prior to her exit from the winery. Yelan having been on a steady walk towards the entrance prior to her exit from the winery.
Glad I caught that one.
Yelan having been on a steady walk towards the entrance prior to her exit from the winery. Yelan could only be there for two things.
Back.
Yelan could only be there for two things. Business with D-Luke, or something that Kuching had been anxious to hear for the past 3 weeks. Oh, good. You're already here. Yelan greeted with a sly smile. Oh, good. You're already here. Yelan greeted.
That sounds more like Kuching to me. Let me just go down a little bit.
Oh, good. You're already here.
Perfect.
Oh, good. You're already here. Yelan greeted with a sly smile. Do you need to speak with Sir D-Luke, or has it finally happened? Kuching said, her tone going from curious to anxious quickly. I'm very happy to say it's the latter, hun. Yelan confirmed, causing Kuching to nearly burst into tears of happiness.
Let's see, that might work.
I'm very happy to say it's the latter, hun.
Yep.
Yelan confirmed, causing Kuching to nearly burst into tears of happiness. When she awoke, all she wanted was you. So I suggest you don't keep her waiting.
That's what she said.
When she awoke, all she wanted was you. So I suggest you don't keep her waiting. Kuching smiled brightly, relieved and excited to finally see.
I heard that. Go away, please.
Kuching smiled brightly, relieved and excited to finally see her beloved up and active again. Thank you, Miss Yelan. No, thank you, Miss Yelan. She thanked in a tone similar to an excited child.
Like that?
No, thank you, Miss Yelan. She thanked in a tone.
Let's see.
No. Thank you, Miss Yelan.
I so let's see if we can do that.
Thank you, Miss Yalon. She thanked in a tone similar to an excited child. I'll hurry to Mondstadt right away. I'll hurry to Mondstadt right away.
Back.
Excited child. I'll hurry to Mondstadt right away. Yalon just nodded, watching as Kuching started to run as fast as her legs could manage to the Mondstadt Cathedral. Yalon giggled at the behavior of the Yalon giggled at
What was that?
to run as fast as her legs could manage to the Mondstadt Cathedral.
Okay.
Yalon giggled at the behavior of the Yalon giggled at the behavior of the
Nope, that's a little too close. Bring that back a little bit. Let's see. So it looks like I fuck up here a lot.
Yalon giggled at the behavior of the usually professional Yu-Hung she'd known for years, adding her own comment before going off to tell Diluc the good news. The saying is true. Love makes people do some crazy things. Kuching was out of breath, but
Oh. Well, that's interesting. Let's see. How am I going to do this? Like this. That's how I'm going to do it. Control C. Control V. Control V. Control V. Something like that. I don't know.
Kuching was out of breath by the time she'd reached the doors of the cathedral, opening them to the sight of her beloved on her feet and talking with Jean at the opposite end. All professionalism went out the window, Kuching running as fast as she could to the other end of the room and embracing Ganyu in a very tight hug. Ganyu had caught sight of her beloved briefly before she was met with the comfort of her Ganyu had caught sight of her beloved briefly before she was
Pull that back.
Ganyu had caught sight of her beloved briefly before she was met with the comfort of her partner's arms and warm tears staining her shoulder. She returned the embrace, tears escaping her own eyes as the two reunited after what she had felt. Tears escaped her own eyes as the two reunited after what had... She returned the embrace, tears escaping her own eyes as the two reunited...
Right there. See how that looks.
She returned the embrace. Tears escaped her own eyes as the two reunited.
What the fuck?
Tears escaping her own eyes as the two reunited after what she had felt.
As the two reunited. I fucked up that retake. I don't know how I did that, but I did. Let's see.
As the two
reunited. I can go from there. Let's see. That'd be about right here-ish.
As the two
Let's see if that might work.
returned the embrace, tears escaping her own eyes as the two reunited after what had felt like forever.
Perfect.
I'm so sorry I was gone for so long. Ganyu comforted, rubbing Kuching's back softly and slowly. Kuching didn't say anything and just continued to give her beloved all the love she could. At long last, they were together again and in each other's arms, tight and warm. Let's give these two some time alone. Let's give these two some time alone. Jean stated, respecting the two's privacy. The only other occupant was Barbara, having nodded at her big sister's occupant was
That's definitely a plosive.
occupant.
Right there.
The only other occupant was Barbara, having nodded at her big sister's order and following her out of the cathedral's only exit to allow the
Right there.
big sister's order and following her out of the cathedral's only exit to allow the two lovers time together. big sister.
Stop. Okay. Go like that, maybe.
Lovers' time together. Big sister. I thought only girls could, love guys. No. Big sister. I thought only girls.
That went straight to my ball sack. Holy crap.
No. Big sister.
Big sister.
I thought only girls.
That's like Mickey Mouse areas.
Big sister. I thought only girls could, well, love guys. Barbara naively stated, nearly causing Jean.
She's young and naive, okay? She's like, if I had to guess, like 12, 15 years old.
Barbara naively stated, nearly causing Jean to lose her composure in a fit of laughter. Jean somewhat kept her exclamations in her throat, working quickly to sum up her siblings' curiosity. Working quickly.
Pull that back.
Exclamations in her throat, working quickly to sum.
About right there.
Working quickly.
Go like that. Go like this.
Exclamations in her throat, working quickly to sum up her siblings' curiosity.
Let's get that out of there.
I'll explain when you're older.
Needs to be deeper. I need to go change pitch again. Apply that same effect. Let's see if this sounds okay.
I'll explain when you're older.
Too deep. Too deep. We need to go a little bit higher than that. Or not higher, lower. Let's see. I was on what? Like -3? Okay, let's go -2, see what that sounds like.
I'll explain when you're older.
That's fair. That's fair. Alright.
She answered, clear embarrassment in her tone. For now?
Stop! Hang on. Save. Make sure that just does not... Oh, God. Let's see. Let's go like this.
I'll explain when you're older. She answered, clear embarrassment in her tone.
Oh, wait. That's not where I wanted to put the goddamn pause. God damn it. That's where I wanted to put it.
When you're older. She answered, clear embarrassment in her tone. For now, let's just, go. For now, let's just go help out with the repairs being made to the lower part of the city. Okay? Oh, okay. While the answers she wanted weren't given, Barbara just continued to follow her much older sister.
Hang on.
Oh, okay.
Right there. That noise. I've learned a thing or two.
While the answers she wanted weren't given, Barbara just continued to follow her much older sister out of the building.
Delete.
Barbara just continued to follow her much older sister out of the building, holding her sibling to her promise. Back in the open sanctuary of the church, Kuching and Ganyu remained locked in each other's arms for a whole other 5 minutes, up until they knew it was time to talk. What had Ganyu encountered in her month-long slumber? And more importantly, how did it tie into their current battle with the Snezhnayan Queen? I'm so happy you're back. But I believe it's time we talk about the elephant in the room. Coaching requested softly. Coaching requested softly. You were out for an entire month.
I heard that in there. Where'd it go? Right there. Got your ass.
Softly. You were out for an entire month. So, I think you at least owe me an explanation. Ganyu didn't object and just nodded her head in full agreement. Her head in full agreement. Ganyu didn't object and just nodded her head in full agreement. Of course. However, before I can tell you anything... No, of course. However, before I can tell you anything, we need to go back to where...
Stop.
However,
Oh. Okay, I missed something here. Right there.
Of course. However, before I can tell you anything, we need to go back to where everything began for me. Kuching was immediately lost, but at the same time, she had a feeling that this epiphany would lead to something like this. Where what began? Kuching questioned. My life. We need to go to where I was born over 3,000 years ago. The Peaks of Serenity.
How's that for a cliffhanger? Alright, let's see. Control A. Oh, I don't need to do the thing. I can just export now. Export. Save as MP3. Or export as MP3. Alright. TBOT. I said Tay! Oh my god. BOIAL chapter 24. Claim. Trust. All she wanted was you. Well, someone's in for some fun. Out of breath, you say. Tight and warm. I heard the boss. I start screaming. What? It needs to. Yeah. Mercy alive, help me. My brain is caving in. Let's have this conversation another time, dear sister. All of us have had a very long day. Yeah. It's there as comedy relief. Like, I put that little joke in just as comedy relief because, yeah, it's a pretty dark story. Not gonna lie. Very dark story. Oh. Dark and, like, I don't know how to explain it. It's kind of a grimdark, honestly, because it does have a sense of hopelessness throughout it. In a way. Like, to beat the Saritsa, yeah, that's not an easy battle to win, my friends. It's a god. It's a literal god you're trying to kill. Alright, I gotta use the bathroom again. Alright. I guess what I could do now is I need to check this one because that's going to be very important. There we go. I'll explain when you're older. Yeah, that's exactly what that was implied as. It's like, I'll tell you when you're older kind of joke. Not really even a joke, honestly. Should I just try? Yeah, let's just go straight into the other program. I want to see if the noise gate is gonna work here or not, because there's one part in there where it gets kind of noisy in the background, so I need to figure out how the noise gate is gonna handle that. I have to make it a little snappy. The amount of effort it's taken to create my character according to this template is so criminal, but it's such a good guideline. Yeah, creating characters takes a lot of work. All right. All right. What the fuck? Why? Just why? No. Stop. There we go. All right, let's bring this in real quick. Figure out how the noise gate is gonna play. If it takes it all out, great. Fantastic. If not, I'm probably gonna have to re-record it. I don't know what the hell that was in the background, but God. I hate my job sometimes. Alright, let's go. TBOIL chapter 24. Alright. Let's go just with the status quo and let's see what's going on. Okay. Okay. Add a limiter. Lower that. Add the EQ. Either that or I'm probably going to have to do some magic. Which I don't know how I'm going to do that, but we'll see. Okay, bass is usually up like this. 3 goes down about that far. 4 goes down about this far. 5 is the tricky one. Then drop to 6. Okay. Alright, 6 seconds of silence.
It had been 2 weeks since the battle against the Saritsa's forces, and in that time, much had happened after Ganyu had passed out in Kuching's arms from both pain and exhaustion of fighting non-stop since after sunset that night. Ever since, she'd been in a deep slumber, and her beloved had been... You're right, Mona. Thank you for your advice and assurance, forces, so she's gone to the extreme to protect herself.
Oh.
Correct. Diluc answered with a nod.
I need to take the snappiness off the noise gate. Know that for a fact. It's a little too snappy.
Forces, so she's gone to the extreme to protect herself. Correct. Diluc answered with a nod. Now, let me ask you this. Is it the right move to attack and infiltrate the palace? And happen again, and I intend to keep it. Kuching took another sip of her practical energy drink, then rested her cup on her provided coaster. If I may ask, what exactly has been happening in the Cryo capital ever since mine and Ganyu's victory in Inazuma? She questioned. I'd like to know, just so I can rest my worries that another Liyue Harbor isn't going to happen out of nowhere. Well, of course. A scary thought, but also an inevitable conclusion after 3 losses. Ganyu, Kuching, and Yelan had checkmate for now in this chaotic and bloody game of chess, but it wouldn't be long before the Cryo Archon would make her countermove. The ultimate question was when she would, though, and what would be her new tactic of regaining control over the chessboard. You seem quite tense, Miss Kuching. A familiar voice interrupted her thoughts. D-Luke had joined her at the table, taking a seat and accompanying her. I've got a lot on my mind, she replied, picking up her coffee cup and taking a small sip in hopes of calming her dancing nerves. It's been nearly a month since the attacks, and it's just been too quiet for comfort. I agree, but don't worry. I have eyes and...
Okay. I'm gonna check something here to be absolutely sure. Like, what if I put, like, something in the background? Let's see. What would be the background in here? Like a fireplace. Let's see, fireplace. Could a fireplace maybe take that out? The magic of sound effects. It bothers me. I don't think it bothers you guys, but that little aberration bothers me as a perfectionist. Someone who doesn't want to hear that shit. Oops, not there, not there. God, not there. I need to go load simple. I need to go to, is that under USB drive? I believe it is. YouTube downloader. Whew. We're going to apply the EQ here in just a second, but I need to really test this one. Fire. Crackling. There it is. Because this sound effect's going to be there, but I don't know if I'm going to put any, like, music or anything. Okay, I know this sound effect is pretty high quality, so I'm going to have to toy with it a little bit. Go like this. Maybe add a balancer. Okay.
A scary thought, but also an inevitable conclusion after 3 losses. Ganyu, Kuching, and Yelan had checkmate for now in this chaotic and bloody game of chess. But it wouldn't be long before the Cryo Archon would make her count. D-Luke had joined her at the table, taking a seat, and it's just been too quiet for comfort. I agree, but don't worry. I have eyes in Snezhnaya right now to assure the Tsaritsa can't sneak in an unexpected attack. D-Luke assured. I made a promise to assure that another disaster like your old home wouldn't happen again, and I intend to keep it.
You can hear it, but...
Kuching took another sip of her practical energy drink, then rested her cup on her provided coaster. If I may ask, what exactly has been happening in the Cryo capital ever since mine and Ganyu's victory in Inazuma? She questioned. I'd like to know, just so I can rest my worries that another Liyue Harbor isn't going to happen out of nowhere. Well, of course. My contacts have been keeping an eye out for activity in specific areas in Snezhnaya. The docks, the Tsaritsa's palace, and any of the areas that are connected to Fatui's sources. Less to say, there's been no activity whatsoever, meaning it's likely that the Cryo Archon is doing something that involves countering our position in this war.
Sounds fine to me. What about you guys? Just goes to show you what difference it makes.
After ending the short talk, D-Luke walked off to carry out his own business, allowing Kuching to take time to finish her morning joe. However, in between each sip, she took a moment to just think about what she's just discussed with D-Luke. How long would this ceasefire last? Thank you, Miss Yelan. She thanked in a tone similar to an excited child. I'll hurry to Mondstadt right away.
Okay, where is
Yelan
that
just
line
nodded,
by Ganyu?
watching as Kuching started to run as fast as her leg. I'm so sorry I was gone for so long. Ganyu comforted, rubbing Kuching's back softly and slowly. I'll explain when you're older.
Now I just gotta check these lines. Make sure these lines are, hearable. Let's see. We started out with Mona, which I believe these are all hearable. Let's see. What do we got here?
Introduce myself. I'm Mona Magistus. Mona started. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Magistus. Coaching replied in kind. Oh, just Mona is fine. Mona assured. Now, allow me to ease your troubles by assuring you that Miss Ganyu is going to be just fine.
It's amazing what a little audio tricks can do to audio. Like, yeah, that's a humongous difference. Alright, let's, this should be fine. Honestly, it should. So let's just go ahead and let's just export this. Export, MP3. Oh, god damn it. TBOIAL, chapter 24. EQ clean. Alright. We're going to do all 4 chapters here so that they're all under the same EQ and don't sound wonky. Shit. Damn. Hello? Discord, astral embers. I'll see about that after I finish editing. Sorry, guys. One little tiny hit to that cord and it starts to bug. I'll check after editing. In fact, what I'll do is actually download those so that I can just upload those to my drive. Oh, shit. Oops. 3.89. Okay. Let's just reopen Drive now. Okay, how much space is that? 14.05. Yeah, Lily don't have very many lines. She plays League. Wait, are those Sarah's lines or is that Sarah? Okay. That is compromised stuff, so not compromised, but you know, private stuff. So I will not be playing that on stream.
Because I opened the fridge.
Sorry, guys.
So I thought I'd just mess with the dad.
All right. So the last step is just going to be getting these EQ'd and upload to my drive. Then we can start doing the fun stuff, which is like sound effects and all that lovely stuff. Cannot wait to start mixing that one chapter because that one is going to be fun. Where'd my music go? Oh. Oh, it's finished. It's cycled out. That's fine. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Alright, just reset that. Alright. Do the beep beep. There we go. Alright. Next one. We want to start. It doesn't start at 20, does it? I don't think so. No, 20 was the thingamajig. TBOIAL chapter 20, not 1, 21. This one shouldn't take that long. All right. Let me see if this is the right one first.
Yelan had departed the same day after her meeting with Kokomi, the Alcor having been settled along Narukami Island's west for transport back to Mondstadt. But there was always a slight tingle of fear in her that surfaced in it, especially considering that she couldn't determine if her enemy was in sight or not. However, she had shrugged off that fear, knowing she couldn't fail, and to succeed, her state of mind and focus had to be cleared of all emotions. Ganyu and Kuching had returned to Narukami Island and had immediately returned to Tenshukaku to relay all of their plans and information to A as soon as she had returned from the central point of Inazuma's entirety. The trip had taken nearly the entire day, so following their return to the Electro Archon's abode, they had returned to the Kamisato estate to rest. Upon their arrival, they had been greeted by Toma and the aroma of a freshly cooked dinner that left her puzzled. Someday, we'll find them, and that's a promise.
A little too snappy. Okay, I need to go like this. Nope, not that, not that. This. Lower that down just a little more.
That left her puzzled. Someday, we'll find them, and that's a promise.
There we go. That's better. That's better.
Oh, and decides to get up for the day. It was only a dream, Ganyu, she said to herself, half asleep. No need to investigate fantasies. Only focus on what's actually real. With that said, she stripped herself of her nightgown and sat front. She said she wanted to do some training.
Okay, Thomas would be easy.
I see. Ganyu answered. Thank you. Toma nodded again. Please, have some breakfast, Miss Ganyu. You'll need it for the day ahead. That's all right, but I'll take some tea if you have some brewed. Please, help yourself. Slightest. Excuse me, Mr. Toma. She had dressed, catching the recipient's attention instantly. Oh? What is it, Miss Ganyu? What kind of tea is this exactly? She questioned. It's nothing bad. I'm just curious. Toma nodded in assurance, as if he wasn't surprised at the question. You aren't the first to ask that question, he answered. That, I see. Thank you. Toma only nodded as Ganyu gripped her Oh, please don't stop just because I'm here, Kuching. Ganyu insisted, to which Kuching just smiled and shook her head. It's all right, Kuching replied.
Had a feeling that was going to be a problem. There's a reason she's breathing heavy. She's training.
I've been at this for a while. So, I think it's about time I took a break.
Okay,
Ganyu
let's
smiled
see.
in return. Kuching just smiled and shook her head. It's all right. Kuching replied. I've been at this for a while. So, I think it's about time I took a break.
Okay, stop for a minute. What if I were to do something like... Because there's no background noise in this, like, at all. So if I just, like, lower it way down...
Kuching just smiled and shook her head. It's all right. Kuching replied. I've been at this for a while. So, I think it's about time I took a break. Ganyu smiled in return, allowing her love to take a seat next to her on the steps. After seating herself next to Ganyu, Kuching worked to catch her breath, wiping away the beads of sweat slithering down her forehead. Good morning, Kuching said sweetly between breaths. I hope I didn't wake you when I got up. Ganyu shook her head. Nope. I actually had a really peaceful dream and slept wonderfully. Kuching smiled at that, meeting Ganyu's gaze. Good. That makes me happy. She replied in a happy tone.
That's definitely going to need to be cut, but
What did you
we'll
dream
get to
of?
that later on.
A fantasy that I wished was reality. Ganyu said softly. A peaceful life with you, atop Mount Akshong, and a beautiful sunset as the background. Kuching blushed at the answer, answering with something that Ganyu wasn't expecting. Really? That's odd, because I had the same dream. She answered. We're sitting on the edge of Mount Aochang and talking, but I couldn't tell what was being said. Huh, that is definitely bizarre. But I've heard that lovers can have the same dream because they share the same bond. Ganyu explained. It would make sense, given how things are right now. But I really do wonder if that dream can become a reality someday. A warm touch embraced Ganyu's right hand, her gaze meeting Kuching's own left. It can, and when this is all over, it will be our reality. She said comfortingly.
Okay.
But what if we don't survive the battle?
Okay, it seems pretty good right there, but is there anything else in that specific chapter that's a problem? Don't think so. 21. What happens all in this chapter? A meeting of fate. Okay, so this is when they have the meeting with the Ryan Shogun.
I love you, Ganyu said softly. I love you too, Kuching replied. Upon those final words, the moment was interrupted by the voice of someone familiar. Well, I hope I'm not interrupting anything. The voice of Ayaka spoke, causing Ganyu and Kuching to turn to the direction of where the voice had come from. Standing just outside of the training area was Kamisato Ayaka with a massive blush on her face, to which the two lovers addressed the situation with haste. Oh, don't worry. You're not, Kuching answered. We were just talking about some things. Ayaka folded her arms and giggled lightly, clearly aware that kissing didn't imply talking about some things. Regardless, she returned to her actual task at hand and started to explain. All right. Anyway, I need you two to get ready. The Shogun wants you to come to Tenchukaku for further details on the plan we arranged yesterday. Kuching and Ganyu nodded in agreement, knowing it was time to get serious. Understood. Let's meet back here in about a half hour. Then we'll all head to meet with the Raiden Shogun. Kuching assured. Sounds good. Ayaka replied. With that said,
Shit.
Ganyu and Kuching got to their feet and headed back into the estate to prepare for what could be. Upon entering Tenshukaku, Ganyu, Kuching, and Ayaka were met with some unexpected guests. Kokomi, Kujosara, and Yai. Good, you're all here. Kujosara agreed. Now, we can get started. Very well. A stated, standing up from her throne and continuing to speak. Thank you all for coming, despite our past conflicts. As you are all aware, Inazuma and...
Seems pretty good. So I think I'm just gonna call that as the EQ. Don't think there's anything else particularly important. Okay, is MP3? Shit to me. Don't mean shit to me. You got something to say. Well, spit it out, cause I watch your tongue. I'm not just anyone. No, no, no. Say dun 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 dun. I should have a water over here, shouldn't I? Yes, okay, good. Time for medication. Oh, but isn't this one I need to eat something with? This is the one I need to eat something with. You're wondering why? Yeah. This is basically a protein shake. I have to take these with something like a shake or something, otherwise it's just gonna make me... Basically it happened what happened yesterday. I was sitting in the doctor's office and all of a sudden I get vertigo. And the cause was probably because I didn't eat anything with it. Supposed to take them with something. Don't worry, it tastes really good. It tastes like vanilla pudding. Like, it definitely has that protein shake like taste to it. But the aftertaste tastes just like vanilla pudding. We're going on fucking 5 hours. Holy crap. But hey, it's what you gotta do sometimes in order to get a project out. I just don't want to overwork myself. All right. Okay. 22. Checkmate. Okay. I don't think there's anything particularly special about the next chapter either. Get up and... Oh. Your loyalty won't save you now. Break it. My dreams destroyed. Now I'm jaded. While I live in monochrome, friends in high places. Not the big chapter just yet, but we're getting there. Holy shit. Oh, this is a longer chapter. I forgot about that. Alright, let's just see what it sounds like.
The trip back to Mondstadt had been turbulent and anxious for Ye quickly acted to make up for her unintended carelessness. Oh, more than a hilly troll to kill me. Believe me, I know. But, well, you're one of the only friends I have left. And I'd rather not lose anyone else right now. Yelan felt a ping in her heart, realizing that she'd not taken Beto's feelings into account. Therefore, she quickly acted to make up for her unintended carelessness. Oh, I'm sorry, Captain Beto. She apologized. I didn't realize. Beto waved off the words with a wave of her right hand, assuring Yelan she knew she hadn't meant any ill intent. It's all right. Don't worry about it, Beto assured. I've just been so afraid of losing someone else to those bastards since the day I found out the horrid truth of our current reality. It was like my heart had been stabbed over 100 times, and I don't want to feel that aching pain again. She paused briefly, sighing heavily before speaking again. Can I make just one request of you, Miss Yelan? Yelan's curiosity spiked, averting her gaze from her reflection in her tea to Beto's. What is it? Yelan answered. Beto sighed again. No matter what, no matter how bleak things may seem, you will do your best to stay alive. This goes for Kuching and Ganyu as well. Yelan gasped at the request, but she understood exactly why Beto had asked her this. Okay, I promise to hold your request to the moment I inevitably stop breathing. You have my word, as much as Ganyu and Kuching's as well. Smoke. That one word was enough.
Smoke in the distance! All hands on deck immediately!
Smoke.
We'll definitely play with that a little bit.
That one word was enough to send Beto and Yelan to the top deck without hesitation. It was something they had wished to not even have heard, because smoke meant only one thing: fire. Upon meeting the main deck, Beto quickly addressed the situation, but upon looking out, she was met with a massive plume of visible smoke. Yelan saw it too, and froze in horror at the realization that it was coming from the direction of Mondstadt. No! Yelan's words were only a whisper as Beto started her duty as a captain.
Full speed ahead! Everyone to your positions, now!
She commanded. Every crewmate moved immediately, rushing to their positions and acting as fast as possible. It wasn't long before the ship had clearly begun to travel faster, Falcon Coast coming into eyeshot in no time. However, that still wasn't fast enough for Yelan, knowing for a fact that the smoke wasn't the result of a forced fire. Mondstadt, was under attack and at risk of becoming another Leeway Harbor. She couldn't wait for the I'm sorry, Captain Beto, but I can't wait any longer, she stated anxiously. You get the ship docked. I need to save who I can.
Yelan, wait!
Yelan didn't hear her, and with no further word, ran to the east side of the deck and jumped over the side.
What the fuck
Didn't care,
is that?
getting to her feet and calling out for whoever she had heard.
Hello?
She cried out, hoping the voice she had heard wasn't just a figment of her imagination. It was silent for a few seconds,
Yeah, we're
but
definitely
then
gonna have to
something
play
broke
with
through.
these a little bit, but
The voice of a
we'll get
woman
there.
coming from within one of the nearby buildings. Help was on the way. Don't move, ma'am, she directed. You're in bad shape and need medical assistance. She grunted and hyperventilated from her injuries as Yelan worked quickly to
Oh, I missed a line apparently. Whoops-a-doodle.
Help was on the way. Don't move, ma'am. Yelan worked quickly to make the
Not sure how I missed that, but I did. Alright, it's not that big of a deal. Let's see if that might work.
injuries as Yelan worked quickly to make room to get her out of the building. Until then, Yelan decided to comfort the victim and hopefully get some information. Can you tell me your name? Yelan asked, not wanting to be too pushy or forceful. It took a lot of strength, but eventually she did get a response.
Marjorie.
Her voice was nothing more than a raspy whisper, further clarifying that she needed to get her out of there. All right, Marjorie. I'm Yelan, and I'm here to get you out of here. Therefore, I'm going to need you to do your best to work with me so I can get you out. Are any of your bones broken?
My leg.
Upon that response and confirmation, Yelan worked to analyze her legs, quickly finding the broken one upon seeing that her left ankle had a compound fracture. All right, Marjorie. This is gonna hurt, but I need you to toughen through the pain. I need to get you out of this place before it collapses. Marjorie didn't like the idea, but knew Yelan was right. Therefore, she slowly nodded her head and braced herself for impact. She warned, holding a stern look.
I'll try my hardest.
Marjorie replied shakily. All right. Take a deep breath and find yourself a happy place in 3, 2, 1. Upon the last command, Yelan started to wrap the injury tightly, causing Marjorie to tense up hard and grunt in pain. Her eyes were shut tight, and her teeth were gritted so hard that it showed just how much agony she was enduring with every individual wrap of Yelan's attire. She wrapped it 3 times, then finished by tying the ends into a double knot, making sure it was sturdy enough and that it wouldn't. Okay, now I need you to take another deep breath for me, Marjorie, she instructed softly. Your knee is out of place, so I need to get it back in place. It's going to hurt like hell, but it needs to be done if you ever want to walk normally again. Beads of sweat were rolling down Marjorie's face.
Please, just give me a second to recover.
Marjorie pleaded. It's only going to take me a second, and it's best to get it done now, seeing I don't know how long it's been that way. Yelan countered. Unless you want to walk with a cane for the rest of your life, take a deep breath and scream when I say 1. Marjorie couldn't argue, so she just nodded and did as Yelan instructed, taking in a deep breath and preparing for the worst. All right, I'm going to do it fast, Yelan said, positioning her hands in the proper spots to perform the task.
3, 2, 1. Scream! Upon the last command, Yelan twisted Marjorie's leg in the proper direction to reposition the bone. A simultaneous cacophony of a very loud pop. Thank you, Sir Diluc. I'm very sorry you had to see me so, exposed. It's no problem, Miss Yelan. It all began with the... All right. Now that we are all acquainted, stated. Anyway, what's your name, ma'am? You may call me Yelan. Yelan confirmed, still in disbelief that she was talking to the animal Archon. Nice to meet you, Miss Yelan. He greeted politely. With introductions concluded, Jean resumed the original request she'd promised to grant, sighing before starting. All right, now that we are all acquainted, could you two explain what happened to lead to all of this to Miss Yelan? Jean questioned. Of course. Mona accepted. I'll start, seeing it's important you know exactly how we are all still alive, despite Mondstadt's current state. Her gaze moved to the floor, revealing to Yelan that whatever she was about to hear had left trauma scars for Mona. It all began with the nightmares. Mona shot up from her slumber, her eyes...
Okay, I think that's good. We'll definitely have to play with the audio a little bit, but we'll get it. OIAL chapter 22 EQ clean. This will take a minute. You anyway. Can you fix the code or the soul inside or tear it out, tear it out? hair. Need a haircut. Just a program dreamed of codes. Let me go. Puppet pony, strings of code that holds me. How the world is in my head. Words my friend said. Hello world and life I'm spent. Maybe I'm better off. This guy's almost got the same exact team comp as me. All except for 2 units. He's almost got the same exact team comp as me. Wait, where did you get that shield? That's gotta be something to do with a star. What? What the I got this weird weapon called the Bell, and unfortunately I have no one to pair it with, so for now it's just going to collect dust. It's a horrible weapon, don't even use it. It's one of the worst ones in Genshin. The Claymore, but the characters it pairs with are so few, and it's insane, but the design is cool. Yeah, it's one of the worst weapons in the game. You might as well just use it as fodder. It's that bad. Well, shit. Up to me now, I guess. Unlucky weapon choice. Who are you trying to pair? Who do you need a weapon for right now? What unit? I might be able to help you. Okay. One's done. Let's sample. Now I just need chapter 23. The long ass chapter. Oh shit. Oh, dude. Oh, wait. If you're just spending fates, that's fine. I thought for a minute you said intertwined, so I'm like, oh, God, no. God, please don't do that. That is, no, that's taboo. Okay, let me make sure it got all of it.
Ganyu barely heard her, too out of it to focus. But upon feeling a touch to her left hoof, Ganyu peeked open her beastly eyes to Kuching. She was crying and working hard to pull the likely 10-ton beast up to her, which she knew was impossible. Using the little strength Ganyu had in her current state, she allowed herself to revert back to her human form, allowing her beloved to pull her up to safety. Once back to her usual form, Kuching pulled her beloved up out of the water as gently as possible and wrapped her tightly in her arms.
Oh.
She kissed Ganyu's head and cried her eyes out in relief that her beloved was safe in her arms again. It's okay. It's okay now. I'm here. I'm here. I'll always be here. She was so distraught that she hadn't noticed the other ship had become an emblazoned wreckage, nor had she heard the several clashes of lightning ending the lives of the vessel's occupants.
No. Still missing a little bit.
The day had come,
Had a feeling.
and it was clear as day that something major was on the horizon to all in attendance inside the Kamisawa Sunshine to a whole new day in the land of eternity.
All right. That should work. Don't think there's anything particular in this chapter that can be fucked up. I don't think so. Export is MP3. EQ. Nobody, I just got bored and spent all my but I do have the Mist Splitter and I'm wondering who to give it to. Ayaka. Mist Splitter is a very versatile weapon. Basically, you give it to anybody who needs crit damage. DPS is basically. So any sword user that needs a lot of damage output, perfect. Layla's a shielder. You really don't want to use that on her. Layla is basically the discount Zhongli. She's one of my favorites. She's an ace on my Ganyu team right now. Like, I put her on 4-piece Tenacity of the Millilith, and she has not failed me. She has just been an ace on my team. One of my favorites. But Mist Splitter can go on any DPS character that uses a sword. Literally. I pulled that weapon for my Ayaka. I wasn't guaranteed or anything. I went for it and got it. God, my Ayaka hits like a freaking truck now. Honestly, the worst part about building Layla is farming tenacity. But all you need to give her is HP. Triple HP on the sands, the circlet, and the sand circlet, and what am I missing? Goblet. Triple HP, and she will never die. I promise you, she will never fucking die. Focus on her shield as well and her talents. Attend that 110%. Then work on the burst. The burst it's good for like freeze. Like, that's the only case where it would actually be good, is a freeze team. And unironically, I accidentally built a freeze team with her because my current team is Ganyu, Farina, Layla, and oh, who's the other one? Jean, right? Yeah, I think she's my healer. Yeah, or is it somebody else? I don't remember. But yeah, Jean, sure. Basically that, and basically what happens is when my Layla has her shield up, Farina's little goons that shoot hydro have the enemies applied with hydro. So when her things hit, she freezes them. So my Ganyu is shielded, and I just basically destroy them. It's a fun team. I think the only annoying part of farming for her, honestly, was probably her artifacts. Tenacity tends to be very rare to get for some reason. That's why I wish they'd fucking fix the artifact domains so that you can choose what set you want to get. Enough of this bullshit. And trust me, Genshin players not happy right now. Especially the Chinese community. Not happy at all with Hoyoverse. Because essentially, they're giving us three intertwined fates for 3 years of playing the game. If you don't feel like that feels like, you know, them shoving our face into dog shit, I don't know what's wrong with you. Like, usually I don't get vocal about this shit because I expect it at this point. But now that people are finally starting to fucking say something, I feel like I can actually say something. It's bull that this is happening. Hoyoverse should be giving us a free 5-star at this point. Because 3 years for a game to last is not that common. There's a lot of competition in the Google App Store. Genshin just happened to get lucky with COVID. But they can't keep fucking doing this shit. They can't keep giving us mediocre rewards. Eventually, it's going to come back and bite them so fucking hard in the ass that it's going to hurt. And I pray to God that this shit that the Chinese server did to them is finally going to get their fucking attention. Because I'm so sick and tired. Yeah, it's bullshit. That's why I play Honkai Star Rail. Honkai Star Rail has so much better, like, reward systems and shit. My team comp is Geo Traveler, Navia, Jingshou, and Raiden. Geo Traveler really ain't helpful with Navia. If you have a Pyro character, like a good Pyro character, you get Zhongling for free, basically. Like, if you have, let's see, who's a good Pyro character? Like, that just could just be there in that slot. That is effective enough. Zhongling is perfect. That's what I run. But you can put that in place of Geo Traveler and have Navia hit a lot more harder. Let's make Cookie in place of Navia, because I'm not building her until I reach Fontaine, but she's doing well over 1k with how I built her. Yeah, wait until you get her like the right set and get her talents up, because mine is, what is it? It's like 6, 8, 7 or something like that at level 80, and yeah, I've hit for over 100k with Bennett Burst. This is why I like this banner right now, because Bennett's on it. That's going to help my second account so goddamn much. Not with just my Navia, but my Yoimiya as well. Like, I don't want to max out my AR rank because the rewards are crap. Like, why even try when you're going to get 3 primos and maybe a hero's wit? Yeah, exactly. Like, ever since that a forum came out of them talking that there's not going to be any endgame content, and it pissed a lot of whales off. It seems like the devs have just been like, I don't know how to explain it. It just seems like they are intentionally like giving us shit to make us mad or something. Like, it feels like that. And I don't understand why they would do that. It just makes them look bad in the eyes of the players. And I pray to God that this time how royally they fucked up, they realize, oh shit, we can't keep doing this, guys. The trolling's over. You know, we've been playing this game for 3 goddamn fucking years. We haven't gotten a free 5-star. We have not gotten any good fucking rewards, for God's sakes. When in Honkai Impact, or not Honkai Impact, in Honkai Star Rail, we have gotten a free 5-star, a free 10 pull every patch. We have enough rewards to earn a 5-star every single patch. Like, I don't get why the Genshin devs don't listen. Why can't they learn from what is successful? I'll tell you exactly why. Because they have no competition. And nobody says anything or brings it up or talks about it. Gets their fucking heads and talks to them. All they do is say, it'll get better in the future. We're 3 years in. It hasn't gotten better. Wake up. Oh crap, we have to try now. It's bullshit. Like, and the fact that it's only the Chinese community that can get them to fucking do something is such fucking bullshit. I mean, I love the game, but I absolutely just don't like, I hate how they can be sometimes. Like the time gating on the freaking artifact domains, take that shit out, please and thank you. Exactly, 200 primos is not even enough for 2 single pulls. And what are you gonna get with those 3? What are you gonna get with those 3 fates? 3 freaking black tassels, 3 blues, unless you're close to soft pity. That's all you are going to get. End of story. Unless you are extremely lucky. I need to delete some files. I would also like if we could see our pity instead of just chancing it. History, dude. History. You just gotta do math. Yeah, I can take this out. Actually, no, I want to keep the raw file. Just in case. Ugh. God, I hate to delete those. Oh well. It's not the end of the world. I have them on my computer, so it's no big deal. Okay. I can delete this one because the raw fix file is the right one. Yeah, there's a history thing underneath the wishing system. It's, I think, right... It's like right down in the... I think it's the bottom left corner, if I'm not mistaken. It's like right to where... Right next where it says shop and all that stuff. Something like that. It's in a listing. It's 5 page... It's listed in pages of 5. So you go 5, 10, 15, 20, you know, like that. That's how you check your pity. And soft pity is around 76. That's usually when you're likely to get a 4-star. Or 4-star, excuse me. 5-star. Whoops. How does the pity work exactly? Pity works as this. Soft pity starts around 76 pulls. When you get to soft... Okay, so before 76, your chances are 0.6% in 1 pull. So when you get to 76, your chances go up and up and up and up. So your chances and your probability of getting a 5-star increase. So it goes from like 0.6 to like 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%. Like, I don't know the exact numbers, but you usually get your 5-star around 78 to 80 pulls. 76 sometimes. It's the same thing in Honkai Star Rail too. Don't worry, I was confused about the pity system as well. It was really confusing. And I don't know if you know about the 50-50, but basically the 50-50 system works as this. You can either get the character on banner or you can get a standard 5-star, which if you miss the limited character, the next one is guaranteed no matter what. Yeah. But I'm kind of glad that I lost the 50-50 to Kuching when I pulled for Raiden for the first time. The reason why? Well, she's an Inazuma character. So I was still early in the game. So I wouldn't even gone to use her until I would have gone to Inazuma. So I'm kind of glad I lost the 50-50. Wrong electro character, but I learned that there's a 50-50 system. And yeah, not to pull on standard. Because I wanted a Mona. I didn't get it until almost 2 fucking years later. Chapter 21, not 22, 21. Let's see. Let's do that one first. Oh, I need to empty my trash first. This should be fine. There are chances that you can get them. Like, that's why I wait for 10 pulls or just save for a certain character. Because 10 pulls give you better chances. But it's very rare that you ever get them early. What's the words? The rates are horrible in Genshin. They know how to pickpocket you. They know how to get into your wallet and steal your money. They know how to do it. And that's sad. Okay. Anyways, I need to go to my trash. I only have 1 10 pull in Primos and maybe 5 in Star Glitter. Possibly a few, but I can't remember. I'm definitely screwed. Okay, so Star Glitter works like this. Every 5 equals 1. So it takes 5 Star Glitter to make 1 Intertwined Fate. Basically. That's how it works. So if you have 15, you have 3. If you have 20, you have 4. Get what I'm saying? Yeah, just delete those. Alright, now let's refresh. And I want gel, that's the worst part. You still got time. You're gonna have to grind, but you can, if you try hard enough, you can get what you need. Why are these still here? Hello? Oh, do I have to delete them all? Well, then why did you refresh? Stupid bullshit. Genshin is literally just a game about luck. It's all luck-based. Because artifacts are RNG. Characters, RNG, unless you're guaranteed. What else is RNG in the game? Fuck. What you get from the chest is RNG. How many books you get. How many weapon materials you get. It's all RNG. The 50-50 system. That's all RNG. Don't even get me started on the weapon banner. Don't ever pull on the weapon banner unless you have a stack of primos. Because the weapon banner is even worse. Basically how the weapon banner works is you can only get guaranteed what you want after losing 2 50-50s. So it's actually a 75-30 if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, even with the epitomized path thing, which says it gives you higher chances of getting what you want, I don't believe it. I think it's just there as something like to give us hope. I think it's not real. I've gotten actually pretty freaking lucky on the weapon banner. Not gonna lie. I've gotten very lucky. Like, I went for almost bow because I got Ganyu, and I had a lot of primos left over, so I basically went for 1 try and got almost bow. Let's see, we need TBOIAL chapter, not CX chapter, oh my god, chapter 22. It feels like a lot. Yes, it does. That's why I wish the rates in farming artifacts were so much better. Like, your chances to get what you want are so fucking ridiculous. Like, right now, my Yoimiya, the only piece that she needs on my account, and it's going to take forever, is a Pyro Goblet. But it has to be on set, and it has to have crit stats. That is like not even a 20% chance. It's ridiculous. If I have to, I'll just steal my Hutaos and go for like an offset Sands or something. I don't know. I'll just have to keep farming and see what happens. I've taken a break from Genshin in the past couple of days just because it was too much. So, yeah. But I love Genshin, but dear God, it needs a lot of upgrades. Things that have needed to be added for years. Did I get 23? No, I didn't. Oops. Shut the fuck up, I know! Okay. Okay, hopefully... Like, farming artifacts is the worst thing in the game. That's one of the things that I absolutely just hate about the game. Because it just feels like a chore. It doesn't feel like something, you know, productive. It just feels like a goddamn chore. I got very, very lucky with Navia's artifacts. Not gonna lie. Like, the first runs that I did in that place, in her artifact domain, were all hits. Not joking. I had a 4-piece set of hers in like 5 runs with crit stats and everything. I could not believe it. I'm like, what the actual fuck is going on right now? That's what I'm on, right? Yeah. Okay. That'll be the last one. Yeah, artifacts are the worst part of the game. Easily. But I hate when people say that you can't get a character without spending money. If you play Genshin, you have to spend money in order to win the game. No, you don't. You do not need money in order to win the game. That is a dead fucking lie. Why are you taking so long? My God. Like, I hate when people say that. Yes, it's a grindy game, but you can easily beat this game free to play. You just have to be patient and save. And that's the trick. Patience. When I save for a character, like, keep in mind, Nilu's last rerun was the last time before Farina that I ever pulled on a banner. I basically said this to myself when I pulled for Nilu. If I don't get Nilu, I'm going to save everything for the Hydrocon. Keep in mind, this is months before Farina's banner ever came out. So I kept my promise to myself and I saved. Everything was just dailies, events, chests, stuff like that. Just straight up playing the game normally. So I don't believe in that logic. Like, I have gotten characters to C2 by just saving for months. It can happen. It's just going to take a lot of dedication, a lot of grinding, and yeah. People just have spending problems, just grind. It's not that hard to be patient. Exactly. I won't lie. When I grinded for Dia, because I wanted her before she went on to Standard, that was hell. That was where all of my exploration in the desert came from. The Sumeru Desert absolutely just sucks. I hated it. Oh my God, I hated it so much because everywhere you went to make progress to get the Dendroculi, curb stomp or like a dead end. You know, oh, you've got to do this quest. Oh, you got to go around this way. Oh, you got to do this quest. And then this quest, you do this quest. And you got to do this quest and this quest and quest. Oh my God. It's a literal maze. Like, I absolutely just hated that about Sumeru. Don't get me wrong. I love the story. But that R&R bullshit can go fuck itself. I am not doing that again on my second account. Fuck that. That Statue of the Seven can kiss my ass. I do not care if I ever max it. I've gotten the Geo and I've gotten the Animo statue up, so I've got max stamina. I'm good. Now, Fontaine. Fontaine, in terms of exploration, is the best. This is the best place to explore, next to probably Mondstadt, because it's a cozy place to explore. The underwater exploration, like before we even knew the entire aspects of everything, I immediately thought, oh god, swimming? Oh no, this is not going to end well, is it? Because in every game that I've ever played where it involves like exploring by swimming, there's always been an oxygen meter, there's always been these puzzles that are fucking ridiculous. Like, yeah, it's not fun. It's not fun. But they designed Fontaine so well. Like, I think they learned their goddamn lesson after that R&R bullshit and actually gave us something fun. Exploring in Fontaine is an absolute blast. Like, I love that place. And here I was thinking that Fontaine was going to be one of the worst. But no, it's actually one of the easiest places to explore and get 100%. Because unlike Sumeru Desert, where everything is blocked by a goddamn quest, you can actually explore the majority of it. It's not locked behind something. But yeah, I do hope, because I'm rooting for this. I am rooting for this goddamn crap that these people are doing to Hoyoverse. I'm rooting for it. I don't care, because I'm sick and tired of getting mediocre rewards as well. So it's time for the Genshin community to finally stand the fuck up and say something. Because it's time. We can't let Hoyoverse stick a dick up our fucking ass until it bleeds anymore. Anyway, I'm done with my rant, and I'm also done with the stream. I am tired. I'll probably get back to this tomorrow, probably. Because I want to try and get this out before the end of January, but there's no guarantees on that part. So, it all depends on how things go. So, thank you for joining me, Tsukishima, and everybody else. Hopefully you loved, hopefully you enjoyed it, hopefully you learned something, hopefully, stuff. I just try to give you guys the best content I possibly can, and hopefully that turns out to be this when it's finished. So thank you all for joining me, and I'm off for now. See you later.